trying to make a move with just about 300 meters gone. That gap is opening. Can Portland respond? Remember, only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. The next 10 will be decided by times. The breadbasket parish is leading. St. Elizabeth has turned up 200 meters to go, and she's opening up that gap all the time. Portland looks as if they've hit a brick wall, and St. Elizabeth is still going. 130 meters to go. Kicks into gear and tries to gap. Turns the.
Can St. hold on? I think she can. Coming into second, but there's no doubting who's going to win this one. St. Elizabeth qualifying through to the finals. Flash time 4 minutes 13.45. Mary looks like will come second as the race is on for third.
And it looks like Portland will hold.
Information of St. Elizabeth with 4 minutes 30. The finals of the meters. Trying to get the St. Elizabeth with 4 minutes 13.49 has won. Marika Koch So just about 300 meters gone in this 1200 meters run. A reminder only, the winner guaranteed a spot into the finals. The next 10 will be decided by times. As they come through the first 400 in just about 1 minute 16. Red there, that's going to be St. Catherine out in front. Royal Blue, St. Thomas in second. Just about 500 meters gone so far. And the rest of the pack trying now to go by St. Catherine. .600 meters gone, 600 meters to come as there's a pack of 4. Anybody's rest right now as they turn the bend. St. Thomas in Royal Blue, marginally ahead. That pack of 4 being strung out now. St. Elizabeth coming into third now as she kicks into another gear. But St. Thomas continues to lead. That looks like the Black of Kingston in second. We're into the final lap now. And there's a kick from Kingston who goes in front. St. Thomas in second. St. Elizabeth in third. The athlete from Kingston kicks into another gear and goes again. 300 meters to go. She has made a decisive move, it seems. St. Elizabeth goes into second now and goes chasing. 200 meters to go. Is it too little too late for St. Elizabeth? The winner guaranteed a spot into the finals. Everyone else will have to wait on times. The athlete in black, or black shorts, goes into another gear yet again as she turns now for home. That lead just about 10 meters and getting larger. St. Elizabeth in second. Others are coming, but there's no doubting who's going to win. Kingston will have a representative in the finals of the girls open 1200 meters. St. Elizabeth looks as if they're going to come through for second. The flash time 4 minutes 18.41 on the clock. A little slower than the first one. So it's going to be interesting to see what the times are. And so let's see if we can give you the full results here. A reminder that this is day 1 of the Sagicor Athletics National Championships. It got off to a late start. Just about an hour and a half late start, but we're ready and going. Let's see if we can give you the 12 into the finals. I'm just waiting on confirmation of the 12 that will make it into the finals. Once we get that, we'll let you know who are the 12 that will make it into the finals. So let's go. So we have that now as the boys are getting ready to go. So the fastest into the finals and winner of heat number 1 from St. Elizabeth, Marika Coke with 4 minutes 13.49. Travanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew. She actually won heat number 2 with 4 minutes 18.48. So St. Andrew was actually the winner in 4 minutes 18.48. She makes the finals. Danique Davis of St. Mary with 4 minutes 21.77 will make the finals, as will Shanila Robinson with 4 minutes 22.78. She's from St. Elizabeth, so 2 from St. Elizabeth made it. Clarendon Shamia Smith with 4 minutes 24.70 will also make it into the finals, as will Christine Kennedy, 4 minutes 28.21. She's from Portland. St. Thomas's Amelia Anderson with 4 minutes 29.36 will make the finals. Brittany Daly with 4 minutes 29.59 makes the finals. And Shelley's McPherson of St. James, 4 minutes 30.79 makes it into the finals. Renisha Rule of St. Catherine, 4 minutes 35.83 will make the finals. Torella Duff of St. Thomas, 4 minutes 37.96 will make the finals. And rounding off the top 12, Diejane Witter of Portland, 4 minutes 38.83. As we get ready now for the boys to do their job. So the lineup: Justin Tomlin of Manchester, Kevon Spence of St. Thomas, Jamar Simpson of St. Andrew, Dejon Lynch of Portland, Isaac Downer of St. Anne, Jamar Amos of St. Catherine, look out for him, finished 3rd at the primary champs in the 800 meters, so he's one to watch. DeJounte Newton of St. Mary's also in the lineup, Ronaldo Smalling of St. Elizabeth in the lineup, Shamario Stevens of Westmoreland is there as well, Tyrese Hanniford of Clarendon is in the lineup, as is Javon Allen of Hanover, Daniel Fritter of Trelawney, and that's the lineup. Have a couple of DNS did not start. So I'm looking at the lineup, and that looks like on the outside, Jamar Amos of St. Catherine. He's the one who I said he's one to watch. Finished 3rd in the 800 at the primary champs. He's been run out of it early though, as they go through. Well, Kingston is in green, so let me get the color scheme correctly. So, gone color scheme incorrectly. So, in green is not Shamar Amos. St. Catherine is in red. So, let's give you the color scheme while they go around the field. Kingston is in black. St. Andrew is in green. In royal blue is St. Thomas. Portland is in gray, St. Mary in beige, St. Anne light blue, St. Catherine is in red, Trelawney is in brown, St. James in all white, Hanover in dark blue, Westmoreland in maroon, St. Elizabeth in light purple, gold is Manchester, and orange is Clarendon. And it looks like St. Anne in light blue who are leading. So light blue, St. Anne leading. First lap gone, 1 minute 10. So St. Anne opening up a gap now. That gap just about 10 meters. Trelawney has gone into second, as the rest of the competitors now trying to close that gap on St. Anne. The gap 10 meters, just about 50 meters ago, it's been close to less than 5 meters, as there's a pack of about 4 developing. Well, 600 meters gone, 600 meters to come. St. Anne, though, is still leading. So St. Anne leading. I'll tell you who that is in just a second. So from St. Anne, in light blue, that's Isaac Downer, who leads. So as they come to the end of the first, well, as they come to the bell lap, St. Anne leading. Trelawney looks to be second, St. Elizabeth in third. Just about 350 meters to go in this 1200 meters run. St. Anne has led right throughout. St. Elizabeth, though, trying to cut the gap. 250 meters just about to go in this 1200 meters run. And St. Elizabeth goes chasing yet again. 200 meters to go now. St. Anne leads. St. Elizabeth is hounding him. That gap cut to just about 3 meters. St. Anne goes again. St. Elizabeth trying to track. Only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Just about 100 meters to go. And a battle has developed between St. Anne and St. Elizabeth. St. Anne just ahead of St. Elizabeth. St. Anne makes another move. St. Elizabeth looks broken, and it looks like St. Anne will take this one. Gun to tape. 3 minutes 52:69, the flash time. St. Elizabeth in second. What a stirring battle. So that was Isaac Downer who won that one. So Isaac Downer of St. Anne putting himself into the finals. Isaac Downer, 3 minutes 52.72, the winner. St. Elizabeth's Ronaldo Smalling in second, 3 minutes 54.70. He's put himself in a good position to make the finals, as Smalling gave Downer a spirited run, but just not enough. Dejan Lynch of Portland in third, 3 minutes 59.14. That's the top three from the first heat of the boys 1200 meters open. There are 2 heats, so 1 more heat to come. Did not see Amos. I was expecting Amos to be a little bit more prominent in the final analysis. Didn't make top 3. We haven't gotten the full results, but let's give you the results that we have here. So we have top 4 now. So Downer winning, 3 minutes 52.72. Smalling, so Downer is from St. Anne in second. Smalling of St. Elizabeth in second. Lynch of Portland. So let's go again. It's Isaac Downer, St. Anne, winning 3 minutes 52.72. Ronaldo Smalling, St. Elizabeth, second, 3 minutes 54.70. Dejan Lynch of Portland, third, 3 minutes 53.14. Fourth, Daniel Freta of Trelawney, 4 minutes 03.76. Heat number 2 is now on track. We're an hour and a half behind the schedule, so we're trying to catch up as best as possible. So we're rushing through these events now. I'll give you the lineup. We have Patrick Calvert of St. Mary, Calafani Floyd of St. James, Javor Thompson of St. Thomas, Ronneal Bell of Trelawney, Maliki Grant of St. Andrew, Tevon Benjamin of Clarendon, Kian McNish of Hanover, Omar Yetman of Westmoreland, Janor Watkins of St. Elizabeth, Orain Palmer of St. Anne, Kevani Powell of Portland, Delando Evans Manchester, Sharon Gordon of St. Catherine, and Kevano Erskines of Kingston. That's the lineup for heat number 2. Let's see if heat number 2 will be just as interesting as heat number 1. At one point, thought we'd have a mad rush in the final 50. But the man from St. Anne's, Isaac Dawkins, managed to separate himself. And we're going to have a short delay here. Someone just rushed over to the starters. I'm not sure what's happening, but the starters have just about delayed the start of this race. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, to the coverage from Track Alerts TV. So a competitor actually ran over to join the fray. It looks like someone in all white, which is St. James. So I'm suggesting that that might just be Floyd. Calfani Floyd of St. James. Gun sends him off and running now in the second heat of the boys 1200 meters run. The winner, only the winner, guaranteed a spot in the finals, and then the next 10 by times as there's a mad rush. I'm wondering if these competitors think they're running 400 meters. They've gone off like scared hares here. It's 1200 meters, and the man in gold, St. Mary, in the lead. That's actually beige. Apologize for my color blindness. So that's St. Mary in beige. Galbert, who is led into the first 350 meters, is starting to feel it now. And St. Anne comes into second now and challenges for the lead from Calvert, goes by him like he was standing still, suffering, of course, from that first 300 meters. He goes through the first 400 meters in just about 1 minute 12. It's a man from St. Anne. Renil Palmer of St. Anne, he's in the lead. So Palmer of St. Anne leads now. After that mad run from Patrick Calvert, the man from St. Anne leads now. St. Elizabeth second with Janor Watkins. Orain Palmer of St. Anne leading. Here comes the man, Watkins of St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth known for their middle distance prowess. Just about 600 or so meters gone, so we're just about over halfway through this race. And Watkins looks strong. Orain Palmer doesn't look as strong. Watkins of St. Elizabeth, Palmer of St. Anne. It's a 1200 meters as they turn into the straightaway. St. Elizabeth through Watkins takes to the front. Palmer of St. Anne looks to be struggling, but trying to hold on. Watkins of St. Elizabeth looks comfortable. There's a mad rush on. I don't think he knows that there's 400 meters to go. He doesn't. He's dipping at the line, is the athlete there. And he has to run an additional 400 meters. As Watkins and Palmer go again and open the gap yet again. So it's Watkins of St. Elizabeth, Palmer of St. Anne. Just about 250 meters to go, and they're just about shoulder to shoulder. Palmer led early. Watkins took the lead for just about 300 meters. Palmer now back on his shoulder. Watkins responds and goes ahead of Palmer. St. Elizabeth ahead of St. Anne. 150 meters to go. Can Palmer find something else in the tank to challenge Watkins? St. Elizabeth ahead of St. Anne as they turn for home. Now, 100 meters to go. Watkins looks comfortable. Palmer looks spent. There's a battle on as well for third between, looks like St. Catherine and St. Andrew. But up front, no doubting who's going to win. St. Elizabeth through Watkins. Palmer is going to come through for second. St. Catherine finishing in third. The flash time, 3 minutes 58.16. So, excitement so far. As the next event on track will be the sprints. So the sprints are up next. So the sprints are up next. But let's see if we can get these results. So Watkins of St. Elizabeth winning. Janor Watkins, 3 minutes 58.20. He's going to automatically make the finals. Orion Palmer of St. Anne in second. 4 minutes 01.87 seconds. That's the top two. So a reminder, we're at the first day of the JTA Sagicor National Championships. First event done and dusted. So first event done and dusted. We're just waiting on the confirmation of the results. Currently they have Javor Thompson of St. Thomas in third with 4 minutes 03.97. Fourth from Westmoreland, Omar Yetman with 4 minutes 05.69. Ronnie Bell in fifth with 4 minutes 09.99. Devon Benjamin of Clarendon, 6 with 4 minutes 10.36. And Giovanni Powell with 4 minutes 11.09 in seventh. And up to seventh actually showing as qualified on my end here. So let's give you the full results here for the boys and the 12 who will make it through to the finals. So Isaac Downer with 3 minutes 52.72, the fastest into the finals. He's from St. Anne. St. Elizabeth Ronaldo Smalling with 3 minutes 54.70 also makes it into the finals. Janor Watkins also of St. Elizabeth with 3 minutes 58.20 makes it into the finals. So St. Elizabeth well represented. Portland's Dejon Lynch with 3 minutes 59.14 into the finals. And St. Anne's Orion Palmer with 4 minutes 01.87 will make the finals. So in the top five, we have 2 from St. Anne, 2 from St. Elizabeth. Daniel Fretta, Trelawney, 4 minutes 03.76 will make the finals. Javor Thompson, St. Thomas, 4 minutes 03.97 will make the finals. Omar Yetman of Westmoreland, 4 minutes 05.69 makes the finals. Jamar Amos of St. Catherine with 4 minutes 06.67 makes the finals. I was looking out for him. Again, he won bronze at the 800 the primary champs. Ranil Bell of Trelawney, 4 minutes 09.99 will make the finals. Stevon Benjamin with 4 minutes 10.36 makes the finals. He's from Clarendon. Giovanni Powell of Portland, 4 minutes 11.09 will make the finals, as will Justin Tomlin with 4 minutes 11.21. Well, Tomlin of Manchester will not make the finals, actually finished 13th overall. So the cutoff is 12 with Giovanni Powell of Portland, 4 minutes 11.09. So let me just do a quick check. We know St. Anne will have 2. St. Elizabeth will have 2. I'm looking through. Trelawney will have 2 in the finals. Let's see again. I think Portland. Will Portland have 2? No, Portland will only have 1. That's Powell. Clarendon will have 1. Westmoreland will have 1, and St. Catherine will have 1. So 3 parishes will be represented by 2 parish, by 2 athletes. Sorry, so St. Anne and St. Elizabeth, as well as Trelawney, will have 2 in the finals.
Let's rest the heat number 3. We'll start the lineup in lane number 2. JTA Canberra St. Thomas is in lane number 2. Lane number 3, from St. Elizabeth, Alicia Blackwood. From St. Mary in lane number 4, Diana Green. In lane number 6, from Manchester, we have DeAndre Robinson. In lane number 7, from Westmoreland, Anika Cooper. And lane number 8, from Kingston, Alana Richards. That's the lineup for lane number 3. Over to you, Mr. Starter. So Portland took the first 2. Let's see if anyone can respond. Let's go let's see who gets it. It was close between St. Mary's Green and Westmoreland's Cooper. Only the winner automatically through to the finals. We'll go to heat number 4. And we'll start with lane number 2, full house here. Emma Clark of St. James is that's lane number 2, Emma Clark of St. James. In lane number 3, from St. Mary, Rebecca Lindsay. In lane number 4, from Tulane, Joanna Smith. In lane number 5, from St. James, Simon Leslie. In lane number 6, from St. Catherine, Asia Thompson. In lane number 7, from St. Anne, Marian Facey. In lane number 8, from St. Elizabeth, Aria Fall. That's the lineup for heat number 4. Over to you, Mrs. Starter. So we're racing through these ones, and let's see, in lane number 5, going on strong, that looks to be Leslie of St. James, and her inside Smith of Toronto is challenging, but Leslie will pull this off and win it in 12.75. St. James in the house. So we're racing through. Let's give you the lineup now for the boys. Heat number 1, boys under 980 meters. In lane number 2 from Trelawney, we have Tyrese Shackelford. In lane number 3 from Manchester, Rajan Campbell. In lane number 4 from St. Andrew, Mikado Wall. In lane number 5 from Canada, David Parky. In lane number 6 from St. James, Javon Edwards. In lane number 7 from Westmoreland, Joshua Burton. And in lane number 8 from St. Mary, Aldane Dunkley. That's the lineup for heat number 1 of the boys. Under 980 meters. Over to you, Mrs. Doctor. Heat number 1 is up and running. Getting a good start now. In lane number 4, let's see. Let's come to the line. Let's see. Wall of St. Andrew. Ricardo Wall wins it. Parity tie now 12.17. The win speed negative 1.1. Burton of Westmoreland in second, 12.31. This goes over now to heat number 2 of the boys under 980 meters. Let's start with lane number 2. In lane number 2 from St. Anne, John Elliott. In lane number 3 from St. Andrew, Daniel Ball. In lane number 4 from Clarendon, Devon Smith. In lane number 5 from Hanover, that's Zane Davis. In lane number 6 from St. Thomas, Khalil Deans. In lane number 7 from Manchester, Joshua Thomas. And rounding up the lineup in lane number 8 from Kingston, Samuel Hansen. That's the lineup for heat number 2. Over to you, Mr. Stark. One sets him off and running. In heat number 2, it's an even start, but look to lane number 3 coming through strong. That looks to be Ball of St. Andrew. Ball of St. Andrew is going to win it from lane number 3. Daniel Ball of St. Andrew. Captain his class on that one. We'll be in the back for time. 4.42. The win speed negative 1.3. We touch now over to heat number 3 of the boys under 980 meters. Let's go with the lineup. Lane number 2, we have Wayne Hall of Kingston. Lane number 3 from St. Elizabeth, Wayne Lawson. In lane number 4 from Trelawney, Rashad Reed. In lane number 5 from St. Catherine, and then Wright. In lane number 6 from St. James, Joel Daly. In lane number 7 from Portland, Tavon Whitehorn. Completing the lineup in lane number 8 from St. Thomas to meet Nels. Over to you, Mr. Stark.
Watch yourself on TV.
collaboration with Sagicor Foundation, invites you to its 40th staging of the National Athletic Championships at the
National Stadium, Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, 2025. Start time 9:30 a.m. each day.
Come support the athletes as they prepare to launch their career as future Olympians.
Will it be Kingston or St. Andrews?
St. Catherine or Clarendon?
Manchester or St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland or Hanover,
St. James or Trelawney?
St. Anne or St. Mary?
Portland, or will it be St. Thomas?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Entry fee $300 on day one and $500 on day two.
Come meet and interact with patron Veronica Campbell Brown and sign your autographs.
It all starts here.
So come out and support. Support. Support.
Champion, 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 champion.
The Jamaica Teachers Association, in collaboration with Sagicor Foundation, invites you to its 40th staging of the National Athletic Championships at the
National Stadium, Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, 2025. Start time 9:30 a.m. each day.
Come support the athletes as they prepare to launch their career as future Olympians.
Will it be Kingston or St. Andrews?
St. Catherine or Clarendon?
Manchester or St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland or Hanover,
St. James or Trelawney?
St. Anne or St. Mary?
Portland, or will it be St. Thomas?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Entry fee $300 on day one and $500 on day two.
Come meet and interact with patron Veronica Campbell Brown and sign your autographs.
It all starts here.
So come out and support. Support. Support.
Running away to is Sugar Jungle Carrier. Nina Johnson of Central runs on the screen. In lane 4 from Kingston, Ariana Wallace. In lane 5, Charlie Edward Santana. Running from lane 6, competitor 2678 from St. James, Chris Simons and Erickson. In 7, from third competitor 2351, Shanoli White. shot put boys, as well as all 400-meter runners, please report to the following now. And all the competitors for the 400 meters, boys and girls, report to the following now. The second activity. In lane 2, Brigham Baptist St. James. Running from lane 3, Caleb Edwards Portland. In lane 4, representing St. Anne, Tony McKenzie. Running from lane 5, competitor 2049 from Lionel, Mika Shepherd. In lane 6, representing Kingston, Ashari. Lane 7, from St. Mary, Shadandra Henry. And in lane 8, representing St. Andrew, Swante Green. And the way they go, Promising Rose apart from the athlete in lane 8. Looking solid from St. Andrews, Swante Green. Green, let's see what the ball for Swante Green. Look at the goal. Goal, 13:56 for Green. All the way from St. Andrews. That's the rush line, 13:46 for rush line. So the winning time was Swante Green of St. Andrews. 13:72. Caleb Edwards Portland got second, 14:14, and Omega Shepherd Clarendon third, 14:26. Wind speed nearly 4.6 meters per second. So it's the final for heat 3. In lane 2, representing Toronto competitor to lane 4, Abraham Campbell. Running from lane 3, representing St. Andrew, Denise McCall. In lane 4, from Westmoreland competitor 2969, Amelia Clark. In lane 5, representing St. Thomas competitor 2845, Demisha Graham. In lane 6, running for St. Catherine, Alea Royal. In lane 7 for Manchester competitor 2277, Sabrina Smith. And in We get set now for heat 2. In lane 2, Anthony Williams Centers. Running from 3, representing Westmoreland, Taylor Johnson. In 4, representing Manchester, Jamal Fullerton. Running from lane 5 for St. Elizabeth, Yanka Top. In lane 6, from Trelawney, Janine Lemar. In 7, competitor 23, 25, 37 from St. Catherine, Jabora McKenzie. And out in lane 8 from Hanover, competitor 21, 08, Shante Lanogo. All your business are. And away they go. The athlete in the lane 6, Lamar. Emerge best of all. She continues to lead them. With less than 30 meters to run. Lamar holding on to the lead. Manchester. Company. 30. Is for the Ramadan football floor. As the Ramadan football floor in the field.
So they're off and running in heat number 1 of the boys on the 13, 100 meters. Lane number 8 getting a good start. That's Johnson. Johnson is away and will win it. He's from St. Mary, and Styler J. Johnson looks to have won it. Flash time 13.10. Might just be Wilson coming through for second. So Johnson does in fact win it from St. Mary, 13.12. Wind speed negative 3.0. Wilson in fact did come through for second. That's Jaime Wilson of Kingston, 13.33 his time. We're now into heat number 2. Let's give you the lineup as the athletes get ready. In lane number 2 from St. Catherine, we have Maim Williams. In lane number 3 from St. Anne, that's David Bailey. In lane number 4 from Trelawney, O'Neill Johnson. In lane number 5 from Kingston, Ashani Campbell. In lane number 6 from St. Andrew, Kemu Barnes. In lane number 7 from St. Thomas, Deshaun Bodie. And lane number 8 is Andre Mitchell of Manchester. So want to say good afternoon to the Track Alerts faithful and those who are listening. I'm David Nugent. We're here on day number 1 of the JTA Sagicor National Championships. Started a little bit late, but we're rushing through and ensuring that we catch up a little bit and get back on track. Of course, none of us wants to be here until 10 p.m. tonight, so we're trying to, as quickly as possible, catch up. I'll be speaking with some folks in the chat shortly, you know, our little feature that we do, chat in the chat, when alerts broadcast track and field, we do the chat in the chat. I'll be doing that shortly, but Now it's time for business. Heat number 2 ready to go. Gun sends them off and running in heat number 2 of 4. Boys under 13, 100 meters. Williams in lane number 2 gets up to a good start. Williams of St. Catherine is leading, and looks like Williams in lane number 2 is going to come through to win it. Was challenged by the likes of Johnson, O'Neill Johnson, and Bailey, David Bailey of St. Anne on his outside. But let's see. Winning time 13.39 for Williams of St. Catherine. Wind speed negative 5.5. Barnes of St. Andrew came through for second in 13.54. And Bailey, David Bailey of St. Anne finished third, 13.53. So next on track is going to be the third heat, 4 heats of the boys under 13, 100 meters. As I said, we're rushing through these. They're scheduled for just about 11:51. It's now 12:51, or just past 12:50. So we've made up half an hour now. We started an hour and a half late, and we're just an hour or so behind schedule. So we're making up some time here in case the track alerts folks are watching and wondering why a race schedule for 11:50 is happening at 12:50. We started 1.5 hours late, but we've made up some excellent ground so far, and just about an hour and a half of competition. We've already made up half an hour, so I'm hopeful that we'll get back on schedule shortly. We do have some field events results that we can provide, or updates on the field event, because long jump, not the long jump, the high jump is going on. So too the shot put. So the high jump for boys, shot put for girls. As a matter of fact, I think the shot put for girls is now completed. So we'll get the results after this one, or after the hundreds, and provide the shot put results in just a second. So, heat number 3 is off and running. Look to lane number 4, that's Bell of St. Andrew, also going well. In lane number 4, that's actually Bell who takes it. So Bell of St. Andrew looks to have taken that one. Javon Bell, St. Andrew, 12.96, the winner. Johnny Salke of St. Mary in second, 13.06. The wind speed negative 3.8. So let's go to the lineup for heat number 4. We'll start with lane number 2. Jaylon Alwood of Westmoreland is in lane number 2. Tyler Anderson of Portland is in 3. In lane number 4 from Trelawney, we have Crisanio Griffiths in lane number 4 from St. Elizabeth. Justin Plummer in lane number 6 from Hanover. Jaden Roach in lane number 7 from St. James. Kurt Foster, and lane number 8 from Clarendon, Jaquan Simpson. Gun sends them off and running. Alwood of Westmoreland got up to a good start, but on his outside, Griffiths of Trelawney is going well. Also coming through from St. Elizabeth, it's Plummer. It's tight at the line. The flash time 13.48. Might be Griffiths. Might also be Plummer. But let's wait on the official results. Flash time 13.48. Confirmed now for Griffiths of Trelawney, 13.50. The wind speed negative 3.5. Plummer, Justin Plummer of St. Elizabeth finishing in second, 13.52. Jaquan Simpson of Clarendon third, 13.62. Again, only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Everyone else will have to wait. We're moving to the girls section now, the girls under 15. And we're going to go with heat number 1. So while the athletes get ready, let's give you the lineup. Shania Johnson of St. Catherine is slated to compete from lane number 2. In lane number 3 from Westmoreland, Tiara Gavin. In lane number 4 from Portland, Anelia Russell, In lane number 5 from St. James, Ajia Russell. In lane number 6 from Hanover, Athena Johnson. In lane number 7 from Trelawney, Akelia Morris. And lane number 8 from St. Elizabeth, Makeda Johnson. So if you're watching on Track Alerts, we're just ready now for heat number 1 of the... So Gunn sends them off and running. This is the girls, under 15, 100 meters. It's close. 3 at the line, make that 4. Coming through on the outside to win it from lane number 6. That looks to be Johnson of Hanover. Let's see if it's confirmed. The flash time, 13:88. It was close, very close. The official results, we're still waiting. It was that close. Let's see. So Johnson did in fact win it. Athena Johnson of Hanover, 13.91, the winner. Wind speed, negative 4.3. Ashenia Johnson of St. Catherine in second, 14.04. And third, Tara Gavin of Westmoreland, 14.10. Again, only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Everyone else will have to rely on times. Let's give you the lineup for heat number 2. Girls under 15, 100 meters. From lane number 3, we have St. Catherine's, Dejanay Foster. In lane number 4, from St. Elizabeth, Meredith Smith. In lane number 5, from Portland, Tishana Henry. In lane number 6, from Hanover, Demika McCullum. In lane number 7, from St. Thomas, Renice Patterson. And lane number 8, from Trelawney, that's Rihanna Walters. That's the lineup for heat number 2. Gun sends them off and running. Athlete on the inside there taking charge of this one. That looks to be Forster of St. Catherine. She steps away from everyone else and wins this one comfortably. The flash time 13.79 for the youngster from St. Catherine. Confirmed time 13.80. Wind speed negative 1.4. Meredith Smith of St. Elizabeth finishing in second, 14.25. Make that 14.24, sorry. Let's move to heat number 3. So let's go with the lineup for heat number 3. In lane number 3 from St. Andrew, Marvina Francis. In lane number 4 from St. Catherine, Tomoya Salmon. In lane number 5 from St. Mary, Gabrielle Clark. In lane number 6 from Westmoreland, that's Shavania Panton. In lane number 7 from Manchester, Javicia Biggs. In lane number 8 from St. Anne, Rochelle Campbell. Gun sends them off and running. And I'll tell you what, getting up to a good start from St. Andrew, that's Francis. Forget about a good start. She's dominating this one and will come through to win it. Flash time 14.45. In gold on the outside looks like youngster from Manchester, Biggs, who finishes in second. Confirmed time now for Francis. 14.45. Look at the wind speed, negative 7.4. That is massive. Biggs did indeed finish second, 14.61 for Biggs of Manchester. Next event on track will be heat 4 of the girls under 15, 100 meters. Let's give you the lineup. In lane number 3 from Kingston, Chanel Smith. In lane number 4 from St. Mary, Shaquilia Williams. In lane number 5 from Manchester, Azera Thompson. In lane number 6 from St. James, Nasia Oates. In lane number 7 from St. Andrew, Amira Walker, and lane number 8 from St. Anne, Sonoya Rose. Break at the start there as the athletes are recalled. Gun sends him off and running. In this, the fourth and final heat, Walker of St. Andrew takes the front now and starts walking past everyone else. Also coming from St. James Oates, but there'll be no stopping Walker. The flash time 13.58 for Walker of St. Andrew. Let's see the confirmed time here, 13.55. The wind speed negative 2.4. Namaria Walker of St. Andrew winning it. Oates of St. James finishing in second, 13.94. I'll tell you what, that should be good enough for Oates to make it into the finals. So we're ready now for heat number 1 of the boys 100 meters, under 15 100 meters. We'll start the lineup with lane number 2, Lamar Reed of Westmoreland. In 3, Shahir Marsh of St. Andrew. In 4, Aaron McLeish of St. Elizabeth. In 5, Gun sends him off and running. Lane number 3 getting out to a good start. That's Marsh. Here comes Deshaun Brown of St. Mary. If you haven't heard about him, now you will. Deshaun Brown of St. Mary wins that one. 12.99. He's been speeding all season as the man from St. Mary. And he's here at the JTA Sagicor National Championships to remind you that a St. Mary come from. Deshaun Brown, the winner, 13.02. The wind speed, negative 3.5. Marsh of St. Andrew in second, 13.47 seconds. That completes heat number 1 in the under 15 boys, 100 meters. Go now to heat number 2. Another couple of special athletes here. In lane number 2 from St. Catherine, Keelan Harris. In lane number 3 from Westmoreland, Orlando Headley. In lane number 4 from Trelawney, Tavir Josephs. In lane number 5 from Clarendon, that's Raheem Rowe. In lane number 6 from St. Elizabeth, Tavon Gauze. In lane number 7 from Portland, Javon Redford. And lane number 8 from St. Anne, that is Nathaniel Pasco. Gun sends him off and running. Look to lane number 2. That's Keelan Harris. He's gone to front, representing Angels Primary at the primary champs and representing St. Catherine here, winning it in a very quick time, 12.29 the flash time. Let's see the confirmed time, 12.59. The wind speed, negative 4.0. Keelan Harris of St. Catherine stamping his class. Headley of Westmoreland finishing in second, 12.97. And Josephs of Trelawney, 12.98, finishing in third. That finals of the under 15 boys 100 meters will be special. Gunn sends him off and running in heat number 3 of 4 in the 100 meters under 15. On the outside, that looks like Lambia St. Anne, who is going strong. On the inside, it's a close one. Also there, the man from St. James Sterling, and looks also as Scott of St. Andrew in the mix-up as well. The flash time, 13.17. Let's see who gets it. And the winner from St. Anne, it was indeed Sanjay Lambi, 13.0. The wind speed, negative 1.5. So the man from St. Anne guaranteed a spot in the finals of the under 15 boys, 100 meters. So heat 4 now on track. Let's give you the lineup for that. Lane number 3 from St. James, Jaquan Blair. In lane number 4 from Hanover, DeAndre Walker. In lane number 5 from St. Catherine, Delano Thomas. In lane number 6 from Trelawney, that's Tajay Fairweather. In lane number 7 from St. Mary, Jordan Cook. And lane number 8 from Manchester, Malik Mason. So Gunn sends them off and running. This is the fourth and final heat in the under 15 boys. 100 meters. Look to the outside. The man from Manchester, Mason, is storming away with this one. The time, 12.54. The flash time. That is quick. Sub 13. Let's await the official time. So 12.54 confirmed now for Malik Mason of Manchester. The wind speed negative 4.4. Delana Thomas of St. Catherine in second, 13.25. So the 100 meters done and dusted. The next event on track will be the 400 meters. Also asking that all the female competitors for the high jump, please report to the call room. That's the high jump open finals about to happen. And we're asking all the athletes that will take part in girls high jump competition to report to the call room. So while we get set up for the 400 meters, that's the next event on track, we do have some field events results to share with the National Stadium. So we'll start with the high jump competition. So So we'll actually start with the results from the shot put, girls open shot put, and we'll give you the top 8 from that event. From St. Catherine, finishing in 8th position with a throw of 6.85 meters, Zorian Tomlinson. In 7th position with a throw of 7.19 meters, from St. Andrew, Isabel Allen. In 6th position with a throw of 7.43 meters, Lasagna Livingston, and she is from Portland. In 5th position with a throw of 7.51 meters, from St. Andrew, Isabel Allen. In 4th position with a throw of 7.52 meters, from Trelawney, we have Shanique Dawkins. Top 3. In 3rd position with a throw of 7.63 meters, Kalia Davis. She's from St. Anne. In second position, with a massive throw of 9.2 meters, from Portland, Tessan Henry. And I'll tell you what, she came pretty close to the record, just missing it out. From St. Elizabeth, with a throw of 10.62 meters, Stacey Ann Forrest is the national champion in the shot put open. 9 big points to St. Elizabeth and a massive throw of 10.62 meters. Next event on track is going to be the 400 meters. So the athlete's just about ready. Let's give you the lineup. From lane number 8. In lane number 8, from Hanover, Deshae Dixon. No lane number 7. In lane number 6, from St. James, Layla Rattray. In lane number 5, from St. Catherine, Shanicia Adams. In lane number 4, from St. Anne, Raquelia Campbell. In lane number 3, from Portland, Shakayla Lingard. And in lane number 2, from St. Andrew, Amira Munsi. Gunn sends them off in the first heat of the under-13 girls 400 meters. In lane number 5, going out strong, that looks to be Adams of St. Catherine. On her inside, also going well, Campbell of St. Anne. Might just be Campbell of St. Anne, no, based on the stagger, who was taken to front. 200 meters to go. And on the inside of Campbell, that looks to be Lingard of Portland, who's starting to step up now. Lingard in lane number 3, moves to the shoulders of Raquelia Campbell. Lingard goes by her now and takes to the lead. 100 meters to go. On her inside, Munsi comes through. Lingard stops now, and Munsi, Amira Munsi, is ahead. Munsi of St. Andrew leading by just about 7 meters now and extending that lead. Munsi will win it. 1 minute 06.43 the flash time. Lingard of Portland, who would have stopped, is not second. That's Campbell of St. Anne in second, and third, Rattray of St. James from lane number 6. So the official results from heat 1, waiting on that. So Munsi, Mira Munsi of St. Andrew, 1 minute 06.47, the winner. And in second, Campbell, Kayla Campbell of St. Anne, 1 minute 10.45. Again, only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. We'll go to heat number 2 of the girls under 13, 400 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8 from Portland, Antonia Brown. In lane number 7 from St. Thomas, Denicia Brown. In lane number 6 from Westmoreland, Leantre Williams. In lane number 5 from Trelawney, Rihanna Dunbar. In lane number 4 from Clarendon, Abigail Johnson. In lane number 3 from St. Catherine, Shalanda Murphy. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from St. Elizabeth, Amaria Morris. So heat number 2 off and running. That looks to be lane number 4, Johnson of Clarendon, who has gotten up to a good start. Also going strong in lane number 6, Williams of Westmoreland. 200 meters to go, and Johnson starts to fade. Williams of Westmoreland, though, remains strong on her outside from St. Thomas. Brown starts to come through. The battle at the top is interesting. That's lane number 6, Williams and Brown of Portland. On the inside, coming through strongly in lane number 3. That's lane number 2, Morris of St. Elizabeth. Morris of St. Elizabeth from lane number 2 has taken charge and will win it. 1 minute 05.53 the flash time. St. Elizabeth has been doing well at these championships. It's early days, but St. Elizabeth, there and thereabouts. Confirmed time now for Morris of St. Elizabeth, 1 minute 05.62. Maria Morris of St. Elizabeth, the winner, and will be in the finals with her time of 1 minute 05.62. So the athletes almost ready for heat number 3 of the girls under 13 400 meters. Let's give you the lineup. In lane number 8 from Hanover, Italia Burke. In lane number 7 from St. Elizabeth, Jamoy Roden. In lane number 6 from Kingston, Keola McFarlane. In lane number 5 from St. Thomas, Jeba Rennie. In lane number 4 from Westmoreland, Jasiana Tummings. In lane number 3 from St. James, Akeelia Davis. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from Trelawney, Latavia Palmer. So in case you're wondering, this is the first day of the Sagicor JTA National Championships. Heat number 3 of the girls under 13 400 meters about to get underway now. Athletes go to their marks and we get ready for this one. Heat number 3 gets off and running. Coming through on the inside. That looks to be from Westmoreland. Toppings. Just about 100 meters done and dusted. Palmer of Trelawney also going strong. The race, 200 meters to go, and it's pretty much anyone's race. On the outside, looking to make a move now. From lane number 7, that's Roden of St. Elizabeth. Told you St. Elizabeth were doing well at these championships. And they're leading through Roden in this heat. Jamoy Roden of St. Elizabeth. As we see someone stopping on the inside, but we're focusing on Roden of St. Elizabeth, who comes through to win from lane number 7. Flash time 1 minute 07.02. From St. James, finishing in second. That's Akeelia Davis. Athlete is down. Might be Palmer of Trelawney. We'll check on that in just a second, but we'll let you know that Jamoy Roden of St. Elizabeth, 1 minute 07.39 is the winner, and she'll make it into the finals of the under 13 girls 400 meters. Akeelia Davis of St. James in second, 1 minute 09.34 is in toppings of Westmoreland, finishing in third, 1 minute 14.79. One more heat of the under 13 girls 400 meters to come, and then we'll go over to the gentlemen. Let's give you the lineup for heat number 4 of 4 in the under 13 girls 400 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8 from St. Anne, we have Brianna Livermore. In lane number 7 from Manchester, Jamelia Barnes. In lane number 6 from St. Catherine, Nisha Campbell. In lane number 5 from St. Mary, Tiana Thomas. In lane number 4 from Clarendon, Adriana Thompson. In lane number 3 from St. Andrew, Shemira Samuels. And completing the lineup, in lane number 2 from Manchester, we have Abigail McKenzie. So as I said, St. Elizabeth, they've been looking strong on the first day, opening day of the JTA Sagicor National Championships. They've been getting folks into the finals, and they've won, I think, at least one competition. I'll check back on that, but St. Elizabeth doing well so far. They've come for the championships this year. The defending champions, St. Thomas, they haven't started to show just yet. Second place finisher, I believe, last year was St. Catherine. They also haven't started to show yet, which has allowed the door to be opened up for the breadbasket parish, and they're taking full advantage of that as we get ready for the fourth and final heat of the under 13 girls 400 meters. So heat number 4, off and running in the girls, under 13, 400 meters. Look to lane number 6. That's Campbell, who has gone out strong. Also on the inside coming through from St. Andrew, that's Samuels. 200 meters to go. It is close still at the front as they turn the bend and come into the straightaway. That's lane number 3, Samuels of St. Andrew, who leads. The lead is substantial at this point. Campbell of St. Catherine from lane number 6 is second. Can she catch Samuels? I doubt it. Samuels comes through the line to win it. The time quick as well. 1 minute 03.03, the flash time for Shamira Samuels of St. Andrew. The under 13 girls, 400 meters preliminary rounds done and dusted. And Shamira Samuels of St. Andrew winning the final heat, 1 minute 03.19. Campbell of St. Catherine in second with 1 minute 04.16. And Livermore of St. Anne finishing in third, 1 minute 05.45. That heat so quick that the first 3 will make it into the finals. We move now to the boys under 13, 400 meters. We'll start the lineup with lane number 8 from St. Anne. We have Rashawn Mullings. In lane number 7 from Kingston, Siobhan Newton. In lane number 6 from Portland, Ricardo Chambers. In lane number 5 from St. Catherine, Ashmore Morrison. In lane number 4 from Trelawney, Jordan Jarrett. In lane number 3 from Westmoreland, Kyle Samuels. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from St. Thomas, J. Shane Gilchrist. Gunn sends them off and running in this the opening heat of the under 13 boys, 400 meters. Going out strongly. Looks to be the 2 from St. Catherine, and Portland will confirm that. So that's lane number 5 and 6, St. Catherine Morrison, Chambers of Portland. The man in lane number 5, Morrison, Ashmore Morrison, is well ahead of this field and stamping his class on this field. Sub 1 minute as well, 59.60 on the clock. Chambers of Portland comes through for second from lane number 6. So Ashmore Morrison Confirmed winner, 59.59. Chambers in second, 1 minute 04.14. And Jarrett finishing in third, 1 minute 05.43. A reminder, only the winner guaranteed. Everyone else will have to make it into the finals via time. We go to heat number 2. In lane number 8, from St. Mary, Tejon Pottinger. In lane number 7, from St. Anne, Liam Watson. In lane number 6, from St. Thomas, Michael Tyson. In lane number 5, from Manchester, Aldane Smith. In lane number 4, from Portland, Joby Barker. In lane number 3, from Clarendon, that's Randall Rose. In lane number 2, from St. Elizabeth, Aiden Wilson. Gun sends them off and running. Heat number 2 of the under 13 boys, 400 meters, is off and running. Lane number 6 gets up to a good start. That's Tyson of St. Thomas, also going well. Looks to be Aiden Wilson of St. Elizabeth coming through as well from lane Monty Blackwood of St. Catherine in second, 1 minute 00.98. And Jashawn White of Manchester, 1 minute 03.67 in third. We go now to the fourth and final heat in the under 13 boys 400 meters. Adriana Atkinson, St. James, is listed in lane number 8. Unfortunately, looks like 8 is empty. Lane number 7, Keneal Stewart of Westmoreland. In lane number 6, Maurice Hughes of St. Andrew. In lane number 5, Shamari Palmer of Clarendon. Lane number 4, Damaria Arnold of Hanover. And lane number 3 should be occupied by Mario Daniels of St. Mary. Gunn sends them off and running in the fourth and final heat of the under 13 boys 400 meters. Only 5 in this one. Man on the outside in lane 7, Nan Stewart of Westmoreland going out strong. Hughes of St. Andrew trying to hold on to his coattails. 200 meters to go now, and it might just be Hughes in the ascendancy. Keneal Stewart of Westmoreland did the early running, but the man from St. Andrew, Maurice Hughes, comes into front now and takes charge. Also going well on the inside looks to be Arnold, but there's no doubting who's ahead. Hughes of St. Andrew is going to come through to win this one. 1 minute 02.67 the flash time. And that means that he automatically makes it into the finals. This is heat number 1 of the girls under 15 400 meters. So just about 200 meters gone now in heat number 1 of the girls 400 meters. Only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. On the inside, that looks to be Williams of St. Elizabeth, who is going strong. Also on the outside, in lane number 8, coming up through to challenge, that's Tucker of St. Thomas. Tucker of St. Thomas is going to come through to win this one from lane number 8. The flash time, 1 minute 04.97 seconds. Oh, take out the battery. Girls under 15, 400 meters. Let's give you the lineup. Lane number 8, Saskia Sinclair of Manchester. In lane number 7, Casey Smith of Trelawney. In lane number 6, Attila Hosseini of St. Catherine. In lane number 5, Kayla Martin of St. Elizabeth. Lane number 3, Nikhil White of St. Mary. And lane number 2, Roshana Morgan of St. Anne. Gun sends him off and running in heat number 2. Only 6 in this one. On the inside in lane 3, that's White going out strong from St. Mary. Also on the outside from Manchester, that's Sinclair. Coming to join Sinclair, that's Smith. It's early in this one, just about 150 gone. Might be Smith of Trelawney who leads. On the inside, White is going well from lane number 3. Lane 7 though, Casey Smith of Trelawney is stepping. White kicks into another gear around the bend. But lane number 6 is leading. That's Hussein of St. Catherine. So lane 6, St. Catherine Husseini who leads. And it's going to be from lane number 6, Tile Hosseini who wins it. There's a battle on now for second. Let's see. It's close. Very close. Might be Martin of St. Elizabeth who takes second. But Tile Hosseini of St. Catherine wins it. 1 minute 06.28. Martin of St. Elizabeth did in fact take second with 1 minute 13.38. We move to heat number 3. So let's give you the lineup for the athletes who will compete in heat number 3 of the under 15 girls 400 meters. In lane number 8 from St. Mary, Shirley Henry. In lane number 7 from St. Anne, Karshay Park. In lane number 6 from Manchester, Shalise James. In lane number 5 from Portland, Tishana Henry. In lane number 4 from St. Andrew, Rahane Sargent. And completing the lineup from Trelawney, in lane number 3, Tiana Satchel. Gun sends them off and running. Only 5 competitors in this one. And that looks to be lane number 6, James of Manchester, who has gone out hard over the first 100 meters. She's not letting up. Also coming through, that Sergeant of St. Andrew. 200 meters to go. And it's between Sargent and from Manchester, James, as they come around to bend. Might just be lane number 4, that's Sargent, who is taking charge. Also coming through from lane 5, Henry of Portland. Sargent, though, is large and in charge, and she will win it. Flash time 1 minute 07.08. Meters off and running. Correction, this is actually number 4. So heat 4, well and truly on. As we see the athlete in lane number 5 being challenged, that's Jones. She falls to the track, does Jones of St. James. And does that allow the athlete in lane number 3, Cook, to come through? Kaylin Cook of Kingston wins it. James, who had a early, or Jones, who had early lead, still on the track. Heat 1 of the boys under 15, 400 meters off and running. On the outside going strong, that looks to be Jaden Bailey of St. Catherine, also Hines of Westmoreland. 200 meters gone now. Jaden Bailey, man who attends Spanish Town Primary, did well at the primary championships, is taking charge now from lane number 6. He pushes past Hines of Westmoreland and goes to the front. 80 meters to go, and Jaden Bailey is still holding on. Lane number 2, Griffiths trying to come into the reckoning. Hines fading into third as Jaden Bailey is easy through the line and wins it. Flash time 1:02.94. Hines looks to hang on for second with Griffiths in third.
Okay, the announcement coming up now.
All right, so where is the lineup? Where the boys?
Is that the lineup?
Yeah, copy, but we're not seeing nobody.
Just announce it.
No, it's a lineup I'm supposed to announce. So they're supposed to line up, and then I'm supposed to call their names, but I'm not seeing nobody line up.
Just make it know that they need to be lined up now.
Say again. For the ball throw. Copy that. Alright, where the lineup there? well and truly on the way now. Lane 7, that's Staple of St. Elizabeth, going strong. Also coming through from lane number 5, and looks to be Griffiths of Manchester. So in 7, Staple continues to lead. Lane 2, Thomas, Wayne Thomas of St. Andrew in second. But Staple, Regis Staple of St. Elizabeth will win it. Flash time 1 minute 02.64 as we complete the lineup for 400 meters. The official time now for Staple confirmed at 1 minute 02.65. Wayne Thomas of St. Andrew second, 1 minute 08.09. This is the girls under 9, 150 meters. Look to lane number 7 going strong. That's Williams of St. Anne. Manchester's coming through as well, but lane number 7, Williams of St. Anne, may just have taken it. The wind speed negative 5.2, and Williams, Williams of St. Anne with 24.94, the winner. When a Garden of Manchester second, 25.31. Heat number 3 is already on the track. Let's give you the lineup. In lane number 8 from St. Mary, Diana Green. In lane number 7 from St. Elizabeth, Akelia Lewis. In lane number 6 from Kingston, Akelia Willis. In lane number 5 from St. Catherine, Asia Thompson. In lane number 4 from Clarendon, Gabrielle Foster. In lane number 3 from St. Andrew, Sienna Bailey. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from Trelawney, Joanna Smith. Heat number 3 is off and running in the under 9 girls 150 meters. Lane number 2, that's Smith going out strong from Trelawney. Also coming through from lane number 8, that's Green of St. Mary. St. Mary has taken to front. Green, Diana Green of St. Mary will come through to win it. The flash time 24.68. It's close for second. But we do know lane number 8 has taken it. The wind speed negative 5.3. The winner, Diana Green of St. Mary. The time 25.24. Willis of St. Catherine finishing in second, 25.83. A reminder only, the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Everyone else will have to rely on time. We run now to heat number 4. Girls under 9, 150 meters. Emma Clark of St. James is in lane number 8. Lane number 7, Amanda Simmons of St. Mary. Lane number 6, Natalia Houghton of St. Catherine. Lane number 5, Renicia Dumar of St. Catherine. In lane number 4, Janicia Hardy of Trelawney. In lane number 3, Chrisanique Douglas of Clarendon. And completing the lineup in lane number 2, Kira Roberts of St. Elizabeth. Gun sends them off and running. Let's see who makes the first move as they go around the bend. That looks to be in lane number 4, Hardy of Trelawney. Also going strong in lane number 6, that's Houghton of St. Catherine. Houghton of St. Catherine takes charge now and will win it. Flash time 24.41. Natalia Houghton of St. Catherine takes heat 4 in the girls under 9, 150 meters. Time for her 24.41. The wind speed negative 3.1. St. Catherine will have representation in the girls under 9, 150 meters finals. The boys are up next. We go now to heat number 1. In lane number 8 from St. Thomas, Jameek Mills. In lane number 7 from St. Mary, Daniel Palmer. In lane number 6 from St. Andrew, Nathan Waugh. In lane number 5 from Hanover, that's Nathan Lewis. In lane number 4 from Trelawney, we have Rashane Reed. In lane number 3 from Portland, Devontae Dennis. Lane number 2 completes the lineup. That's Joshua Burton of Westmoreland. as the gun sends them off and running. A reminder, only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Lane number 2 coming through strong from Westmoreland. That's Burton. Burton might just have it. Coming through on his outside, Lewis. Burton is holding on strong. Let's see as they come to the line. It's close between Burton and Lewis. Dennis also there as well. So Burton won it. That's Joshua Burton of Westmoreland, 23.90. The wind speed negative 3.0. We have to run now to heat number 2. So heat number 2 will start with lane number 8. From St. Catherine, Zayden Wright. In lane number 7, from Trelawney, Cavalli Black. In lane number 6, from Manchester, Dandre McCleary. In lane number 5, from St. James, that's Joel Daly. In lane number 4, from Kingston, Kawane Hall. In lane number 3, from Clarendon, Devon Smith. And completing the lineup from St. Elizabeth, that's O'Brien Roden. So the gun sends them off and running. This is heat number 2. On the inside going strong, that's Roden. Also from Kingston Hall. The battle between these two. Also from St. James, that's Daly in 5. Daly in 5 is going to come through to win it. Flash time 23.59 for Joel Daly of St. James. So it is in all white. Joel Daly of St. James. So the wind speed negative 3.8. Joel Daly winner, 23.64. He's from St. James. Moved now to heat number 3. Let's give you that lineup. In lane number 8 from Manchester, Renilio Martin. In lane number 7 from St. Thomas, we have Khalil Deans. In lane number 6 from St. Elizabeth, Quahim Lawson. In lane number 5 from St. Catherine, Amris Higgins. In lane number 4 from St. Mary, Chazon Campbell. In lane number 3 from Kingston, Richard Nation. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from St. Anne, Dijon Elliott. Lane number 2 coming through strong, that's Elliott. Also in lane number 5, that's Higgins of St. Catherine. Flash time 23.86. The wind speed negative 3.6. So Higgins wins it officially. 23.89. Elliot of St. Anne in second, 24.03. So St. Catherine doing well on the 9 boys, 150. Let's go to the lineup for the next one. This is Heat 4. Zane Davis of Hanover is in lane number 8. In lane 7, Kevon Bryan of Portland. In lane 6, from Westmoreland, Javane Smith. In lane number 5, from St. Anne, Damani Weatherly. Lane number 4, from St. Andrew, Daniel Ball. And lane number 3, from St. James, Javon Edwards. Maybe I have some issues, but I figure everything out.
Copy.
Fraser this morning.
So, heat number 4 of 4 is off and running. Lane number 4, Ball of St. Andrew, is away from them. He's gone. Daniel Ball of St. Andrew is putting on a show. The time, 22.98, is super fast. Let's see the official time for Ball. So the wind speed, negative 4.0. The winning time, 23.06 from Daniel Ball of St. Andrew. The next event on track will be the under 11 girls 200 meters.
And from Trelawney, we head to St. Anne. Come on, I'm not hearing the Vuvuzelas going. Come on, sound them up, sound them up. Out of St. Anne, let's head to St. Mary. And out of St. Mary, we are heading into Portland. Let's hear from Portland, the defending champion of 24, as is St. Thomas. Let's head to St. Thomas. 14 parishes vying for the coveted trophy of 2025. Let's see who's going to make it to the finishing line come tomorrow. Well, it's back to the track. Mr. Nelson, take it away.
So the next event on track, the girls under 11, 200 meters, heat number 1. The athletes just about ready. So let's give you the lineup. We'll start with lane number 8. So that's actually lane number 7 coming through, Lindsay of St. Andrew. So Lindsay of St. Andrew is going to come through to win it. Flash time 29.89. So Lindsay winning the first one in the under 11 girls 200 meters. Wind speed negative 2.3, confirmed time 29.98 for Antoya Lindsay of St. Andrew. Let's go to heat number 2. So the lineup for heat number 2 features Jamelia Robinson of St. Mary in lane number 8. In lane number 7 from Manchester, Dejanique Dunn. In lane number 6 from Portland, Tishana Green. In lane number 5 from St. Thomas, we have Shamika Blanchard. In lane number 4 from St. Anne, we have Zodi Roberts. In lane number 3 from St. James, we have Deborah J. Morris. And lane number 2 from Clarendon, Kalila Lindsay. That's the under 11 ball throw. Again, announcer asking if it's the under 11 ball throw. Gun sends them off and running in heat number 2. This is a stacked one. As we see coming through lane number 3 in all white, Morris on the outside as well, going strongly. That's Blanchard of St. Thomas. Just about 100 meters to go. Lane number 3 in all white, Morris continues to lead. But here comes 5. Blanchard of St. Thomas goes to front. And she is going to come away with a victory here. Flash time 30.34 for lane number 5. From St. Thomas, that's Shamika Blanchard. Wind speed negative 2.9, and Blanchard of St. Thomas confirmed the winner, 30.42. Gun sends them off and running now. In heat number 3, only 6 take part in this one. Lane number 7 gets out to a good start. That looks like Zion Sky Thomas of St. James. As they come now into the final 50 meters, that's Butter of St. Andrew who's ahead. St. Andrew will win it through Butter. Flash time 31.21 in heat number 3. Again, only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Wind speed negative 3.5, and Christian Butter of St. Andrew wins it 31.31, the official time. Heat number 4 is next. Request copied. When you're ready, just let me know. I'll do the announcement. So next on track, it's going to be heat 4 of 4 under 11 girls, 200 meters. We'll start with lane number 8 from St. Catherine, Shadelia Gale. In lane number 7 from Trelawney, Shamoya Fox. In lane number 6 from Westmoreland, Tashay Nelson. In lane number 5 from St. Thomas, Tony and Airy. In lane number 4 from St. Elizabeth, Nia Nelson. In lane number 3 from Hanover, Shamira Walker. And in lane number 2 from Kingston, Ophelia Francis. Gun sends them off and running in the 4th and final heat of the girls under 11 200 meters. Look to the outside, that looks to be Fox of Trelawney, who's leading based on where we are. On her outside, Gale is going well. There's a battle between Fox and Gale. That's Trelawney, St. Catherine. St. Catherine steps ahead via Gale. Fox of Trelawney not letting go. Fox, Gale, Gale. Fox might have taken it ahead of Gale. What a battle. This is only the heats. Only the heats. But only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. The wind speed, negative 3.4. The winner, Shamoya Fox of Trelawney, 31.33. Gale of St. Catherine second, 31.44. I think that's going to be good enough to get her into the finals. Next, it's going to be the boys under 11, 200 meters. Announcer, just reminding, when you're ready for the shot for boys, stop 8, just let me know. So let's give you the lineup for heat 1 of 4 in the under 11 boys, 200 meters. In lane number 8 from Portland, we have Romario Burke. In lane number 7 from St. Mary, Romari Saint. In lane number 6 from Trelawney, Shedjari Green. In lane number 5 from St. Thomas, Kevon Williams. In lane number 4 from Manchester, Jamario Webb. In lane number 3 from St. Elizabeth, Kahim Cuff. And in lane number 2 from St. Anne's, that's Sean Ebanks. They're well and into their running now. Lane number 4, Webb of Manchester, is away from them. Webb, the little man from Manchester, is putting on a show here and will win this one comfortably from lane number 4. The flash time, 28.28 for Webb, Jamario Webb of Manchester. Heat number 1 In the under 11 boys, done and dusted. Heat number 2 is next on track. Let's go to lane number 8. From St. Thomas, we have Janelle Walford. In lane number 7, from St. Catherine, we have Vaughn Chambers. In lane number 6, from St. Mary, Delano Samuels. In lane number 5, from St. James, that's Jaquan Thompson. In lane number 4, from St. Anne, Omari Cunningham. Javier White of St. Andrew is in lane number 3, and Javier Bambury of Hanover in 2. So no Bambury in 2, but we still have 6 in this field as the gun sends them off and running. The man in lane number 8 going out strong. That's Walford of St. Thomas. Walford is going strong, stepping through as well. In lane number 6, and looks to be Samuels. But the man on the outside, Walford, will not be denied. He wins it. Second looks to be White, Javier White of St. Andrew. The flash time 28.44. The wind speed negative 5.4. Let's wait on the confirmed time here. So 28.47 for Keneal Walford of St. Thomas, the winner. Guaranteed a spot in the finals, Mr. Walford. We'll go to Heat 3. Let's start with the lineup. St. James, Conjay Scarlett is in lane number 8. Javante Leckie of Portland is in lane number 7. Deshaun Williams, St. Elizabeth is in 6. Mario Foster of Clarendon is in 4. Jardine Graham Hanover is in, let's go over that though. Romario Foster of Clarendon is in 5. Jardine Graham of Hanover is in 4. Dino Brown of Westmoreland in 3, and Daniel Carter of St. Andrew is in lane number 2. Gun sends them off and running in heat number 3 of 4. Boys under 11, 200 meters. Man on the outside, that Scarlett gets out to a good start. He's going well, but the man on the inside, Carter of St. Andrew, is challenging. Carter of St. Andrew goes to front now, and Carter start to move away from the field. Carter, Daniel Carter, St. Andrew, is away and will win it. St. Elizabeth Williams, Deshaun Williams comes through for second, but no denying Daniel Carter of St. Andrew. The flash time, 29.65. Let's see, the wind speed, negative 4.8. Daniel Carter, St. Andrew, the winner, 29.74. Deshaun Williams, St. Elizabeth, second, 30.47. We'll move to the fourth and final heat. In the under 11 boys, 200 meters. Jazine Morgan, Clarendon, is in lane number 8. Travoy Allen of Trelawney is in lane number 7. Kareem Samuels, Westmoreland, in 6. Renato Foster of Manchester in lane number 5. Jaquan Smith of Kingston in 4. Naquan Lindsay of St. Catherine in lane number 3. And Timoy Hines of Kingston should occupy lane number 2. Gun sends them off and running. 7 in this one. It's an even start. The man from Manchester, though, starts to move. That's Foster. He might be leading slightly. As they come off the bend, he is leading. Man in lane number 2, that's Hines. Hines of Kingston comes through now to lead and to win it. From lane number 2, the flash time 29.45 for Timoy Hines of Kingston. Let's see the official results. Hines wins it 29.56. The wind speed negative 3.2. We started a little bit late, but guess what, folks? We're now right on time. The next event scheduled for 3:10, and they're already out there. That's the under 13 girls 200 meters. The starting crew, world-class athletics, and everyone involved ensuring that we've caught up on lost time. So let's go to the lineup for the under 13 girls 200 meters heat number 1. DeAndrea Riney of Westmoreland is in lane number 8. Kenoya Richards of St. Anne is in lane number 7. Kiana Morgan of St. Elizabeth is in 6. Kayla Edwards of Portland is in lane number 5. Lena Johnson of St. Mary is in lane number 4. Majesta Watson of St. James should occupy lane number 3. And Jalia Billon of Clarendon should be in lane number 2. Gun sends them off and running. 7 in this one. It's an even break. But coming through in lane number 5, that looks like Edwards of Portland. Portland doing well here through Edwards. Johnson of St. Mary on her inside trying to track. But it's going to be from Portland in lane number 5. Edwards, Kayla Edwards, who takes it. The flash time 27.91 for Edwards of Portland. Let's see the confirmed time. So, time confirmed now, 27.94. Kayla Edwards of Portland. The wind speed negative 2.7. Johnson of St. Mary finishing in second, 28.24. We get ready now for heat number 2. We'll start with lane number 8. This is the girls under 13, 200 meters. Mary Brown of St. James is in lane number 8. Demisha Graham, St. Thomas is in lane number 7. Shantae Malcolm, Hanover, is in lane number 6. Danique Williams, Westmoreland, in lane number 5. Amika Shepherd of Clarendon is in lane number 4. Malakia Sharrington of St. Catherine is in lane number 3. And lane number 2, Shamara Samuels. She's from St. Andrew. Gun sends them off and running. Only 6 in this one. And on the inside, Samuels gets up to a good start. On the outside, in lane number 7, Graham of St. Thomas also gets up to a good start. That's a top 2 right now. Samuels. And on the outside, in 7, Graham. Graham might just be leading this one. And it looks like from lane number 7, Demisha Graham of St. Thomas will take this one. The flash time, 26.89. The wind speed, negative 3.2. And the time confirmed for Demisha Graham of St. Amos at 26.91. Second was Shamira Samuels of St. Andrew, 27.69. We race over now to heat number 3. In lane number 8 from Manchester, Nadrika Miller. In lane number 7 from St. Catherine, Nisha Campbell. In lane number 6 from St. Andrew, look out for her, Ariana Lewis. In lane number 5 from St. Thomas, that's Christian Allen. In lane number 4 from Trelawney, Shanique Nemad. In lane number 3 from Kingston, Brianna Wong. And lane number 2 will see Talia Warren of Hanover. Gun sends them off and running. Ariana Lewis of St. Andrew competed for halfway through primary at the primary championships. She was champion girl, and she's already up and into the mix. Also coming through in lane number 4, that's Nemad of Trelawney. Nemad of Trelawney is in front. Also going well, Nisha Campbell of St. Catherine. As they come to the line now, it looks actually like 7, Nisha Campbell of St. Catherine, who will take that one. The flash time 25.51 for Nisha Campbell of St. Catherine. So St. Catherine's Nisha Campbell wins it. Confirmed time now 26.62. The wind speed negative 3.9. Nemhard of Trelawney finishing in second 27.35. And Lewis, Ariana Lewis of St. Andrew 27.81 finishes in third position. We have a fourth and final heat in the girls under 13 200 meters. So let's go with the lineup for heat number 4 of the girls under 13 200 meters. Adasha Watson of Portland should be in lane number 8. Lane number 7, we should see Chloe Martin of Manchester. Lane number 6 should be Chevelle Laws of Kingston. Lane number 5, Camilla Richards of St. Mary. Lane number 4, Torian McKenzie of St. Anne. Lane number 3, Shantae Morris of Trelawney. And completing the lineup, Alicia Salmon of St. Elizabeth in lane number 2. Heat number 4 of the girls under 13 200 meters gets off and running in bright sunshine in Kingston, Jamaica. On the outside in lane number 7, that's Martin of Manchester, who's leading slightly. Lane number 5, Richards of St. Mary coming through. Also in lane number 2, Salmon of St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth Salmon is in front now. She's been challenged by Morris of Trelawney, but Salmon of St. Elizabeth holds on to win it. The flash time, 28.61. Heat 4 of 4 is done and dusted. The wind speed, negative 3.2. The winner, Alicia Salmon, St. Elizabeth, 28.75. Morris of Trelawney finishing in second, 28.85. The under 13 boys next on track. So let's give you the lineup for that one. It's the under 13 boys 200 meters. Lane number 8, we have Todd McKenzie. He's from Clarendon. Lane number 7, from Portland, Ricardo Chambers. In lane number 6, from St. Catherine, Shamor Morrison. In lane number 5, from St. Mary, Matthew Marsh. In lane number 4, from Manchester, Ramonte Dunkley. In lane number 3, from Hanover, Kenado Sawyers. And completing the lineup from Kingston, he's in lane number 2, DeAndre Holding. That's the lineup for heat number 1. Gun sends them off and running. Heat number 1 is called back. There's a break at the start. There's a break at the start. The excitement is pulled back a little bit. Just a little bit. Gun sends them away and running. This is heat 1 of the boys under 13, 200 meters. Coming through here, that's Ashamore Morrison of St. Catherine. In lane number 6, Morrison of St. Catherine will win it. The flash time, super quick, 24.98. That's fast. The wind speed, negative 2.8. The winner, Ashamore Morrison of St. Catherine. Well, the flash time corrected now to 26.31 for Morrison of St. Catherine. Chambers of Portland finishing in second, 28.35. Heat number 2 is next. Let's go through the lineup for Heat 2. Boys under 13, 200 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, from Manchester, we have Javel Robinson. In lane number 7, from Hanover, that's Javon Cunningham. In lane number 6, from St. James, Nyari Evans. In lane number 5, from St. Andrew, that's Javon Bell. In lane number 4, from Westmoreland, Mario Diston. In lane number 3, from St. Elizabeth, that's Jamar Jones. And completing the lineup in lane number 2, from Trelawney, Crisanio Griffiths. Gun sends them off and running. 6 in this one. And the man on the inside, that looks to be Jones, gets up to a good start. St. Elizabeth through Jones. Jamar Jones is leading. Also coming through in second, that looks to be Bell of St. Andrew. Bell is trying to challenge Jones of St. Elizabeth. It's going to be close, but I think the man from St. Elizabeth Jones holds on as Jamar Jones of St. Elizabeth. Let's wait on the official word. So the wind speed, negative 4.1. The winner from St. Elizabeth, Jamar Jones, 26.59. He is guaranteed a spot in the finals. Javon Bell of St. Andrew with 26.63 moves into a non-automatic spot. So 4 winners will be into the finals automatically, and then 4 by times. Bell currently in a non-automatic qualifying position. Heat number 3 is next on track. Let's go through that lineup. Zidane Lewis of St. Anne is going to be in lane number 8. In lane number 7, Tyrese Nelson of Portland. In lane number 6 from St. Elizabeth, we have Sean Channa. In lane number 5 from Clarendon, Tian Gabriel. In lane number 4 from Trelawney, Najee Wilson. In lane number 3 from Westmoreland, Keneal Stewart. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from St. Thomas, Leandre McKenzie. Gun sends them off and running in this heat number 3. It's an even break as they come around the bend. Let's see who makes that first move. Lane number 3, that's Stewart of Westmoreland, who might just be ahead. On the outside in lane number 8, Lewis is going strong as well. Lewis in lane number 8 has gone by everyone else and takes it. The flash time, 27.17. We await the official word. So the wind speed, negative 2.9. The winner, Zidane Lewis of St. Anne, 27.19 officially. And Keneal Lewis, that's Keneal Stewart, sorry, finishing in second, 27.64. One more heat to come. Heat number 4. Let's go to the lineup. We'll start in lane number 8. From Kingston, that's Orlando Cookings. In lane number 7 from St. James, Ryan Foster. In lane number 6 from St. Andrew, Ajani Price. In lane number 5 from St. Catherine, Ricardo Granville. In lane number 4 from St. Mary, that's Tyler J. Johnson. In lane number 3 from St. Anne, Demario Finnegan. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from St. Thomas, Horatio Kenton. Gun sends them off and running. This is the 4th and final heat. Lane number 8 getting out to a good start. That's Orlando Cookings from Kingston. But on the inside, in lane number 4, Johnson of St. Mary takes the front. St. Mary's Johnson is going well. Also coming through, looks to be Granville, but ooh, it's close at the line. Price, Johnson, flash time 26.59. Let's see. Johnson may have dipped a little bit early, but he got it. So Johnson of St. Mary, 26.73, gets into the finals as a winner. Tyler J. Johnson of St. Mary, 26.73, makes the finals. I'll tell you what, in second, Ajani Price with 26.74 did enough to get a non-automatic spot, as did Ricardo Granville of St. Catherine with 27.11. Non-automatic spot also going to Demario Finnegan of St. Anne with 27.39. That race was quick. So the under 13 boys done and dusted. We move now to the under 15 girls. Let's go to the lineup. Lane number 8, we have Tashana Doyle of St. Elizabeth. In lane number 7 from Kingston, Lady Christina Campbell. In lane number 6 from St. Anne, Sonoya Rose. In lane number 5 from Manchester, Britalia Tibby. In lane number 4 from Hanover, that's Tatania Pearson. In lane number 3 from St. Catherine, Atilia Hosseini. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from Portland, Anelia Russell. Gun sends him off and running. This is the first of 4 heats. Lane number 6 getting out to a good start. That looks to be Rose. Also in lane number 8, Doyle of St. Elizabeth. Look to lane number 3 as well, Hosseini of St. Catherine. Might just be Hosseini of St. Catherine who leads them now. Just about 50 meters to go as Hosseini, Tilia Hosseini of St. Catherine opens up those long limbs and takes it to the line. 28.09 for her. That's 28.01 for the youngster from St. Catherine. The wind speed negative 2.6. Winner, Talia Hosseini of St. Catherine. The official time 28.14. Russell of Portland second, 29.37. We move now to heat number 2. We'll start in lane number 8 from St. Anne, Chrisanne Shea Greenland. In lane number 7, from St. Thomas, Renise Patterson. In lane number 6, from Manchester, Rihanna Thomas. In lane number 5, from Trelawney, that's Rihanna Walters. In lane number 4, from St. Andrew, Amira Walker. In lane number 3, from St. Mary, Gabriella Clark. And completing the lineup from St. Catherine. In lane number 2, Dejana Foster. Gun sends them off and running. Heat number 2 is well and truly on the way. As they come around the bend, that's lane number 6 getting a good start. That's Thomas also in the mix-up from Trelawney. As we get into the final 30 meters, there's a battle going on between lane 3 and 4. It's close. That's Walker and Foster. Let's see who gets it. The flash time, 27.48. The wind speed, negative 2.3. And it's Walker who gets it. St. Andrews, Amira Walker, 27.63. Foster of St. Catherine in second, 27.65. And Gabriella Clark of St. Mary came through for third, 29.73. Heat number 3 is next. And we'll start with lane number 8 from Trelawney, Akela Morris. In lane number 7 from Westmoreland, Shavonia Panton. In lane number 6 from Kingston, Jaylene Cook. In lane number 5 from St. Andrew, Marvina Francis. In lane number 4 from St. Mary, Shirley Henry. And lane number 3 from St. James, Nasir Oates. Gun sends them off and running. Lane number 7, that's Panton, got up to a good start. Also coming through on her inside. That's lane number 6, Cook of Kingston. Also going well from lane 3, that's Oates of St. James. Might just be Oates of St. James who goes to front now. Francis of St. Andrew moves into second, but I doubt she'll be able to catch from St. James. Nasir Oates, in the flash time, 27.86. So Oates wins it 28.01. The wind speed negative 1.6. Francis of St. Andrew in second, 28.45. Reminder, as soon as you're ready, please let me know so I can do the lineup for the shot put. So, Heat 4 is off and running. As they come around the bend, that's lane number 4 who is ahead. That's Russell of St. James in all white. Smith of St. Elizabeth is ranging. Russell, Smith, Russell and Smith. The battle is on, and it might just be Russell who takes it. Yes, it is. Lane number 4, Leah Russell of St. James takes it over Meredith Smith of St. Elizabeth. We await the official times. The wind speed, negative 3.6. The winner, Aaliyah Russell of St. James, 29.37. In second, Meredith Smith at 29.88. Akelia Jones of Westmoreland was third, 30.35. The boys, under 15, 200 meters, is next on the cards. Gun sends them off and running. There's no lane 7. That should have been row. Jaden Bailey of St. Catherine is in 6. But on his inside coming through, well, is Cook and Headley. Let's look to the man in lane 4. That's Headley. Also on the inside in 2, that's Lemmy. But Headley will win this one from lane 4. That's Orlando Headley of Westmoreland who wins it. Ajay Lemmy of Manchester looks to have finished in second. As we get the confirmation here, wind speed negative 2.0. Orlando Headley of Westmoreland the winner, 26.23. Ajay Lemmy of Manchester, 27 seconds dead, finishing in second. And Jaden Bailey, St. Catherine, 27.09 in third. We move now to heat number 3. We'll start with lane number 8 from Clarendon, Dontain Yates. In lane number 7 from Manchester, that's Malik Mason. In lane number 6 from St. Mary, that's Dejan Brown. In lane number 5 from St. Thomas, that's Michael Mitchell. Lane number 4 from St. James, Almar Sterling. In lane number 3 from Trelawney, that's Lionel Richards. And in lane number 2 from St. Anne, Imari Nebad. The record in this event, 23.54. Lane number 7, that's Malik Mason of Manchester, gets out to a good start. Can anyone catch Mason of Manchester? Malik Mason of Manchester is gone. Here comes Dejan Brown of St. Mary. He's chasing Malik. Dejan Brown is close. It's close at the line. Oh, my word. Slow start for Dejan Brown, but in the home stretch, he sprouted wings. The flash time, 25.51. The wind speed, negative 4.6. Let's see the winner. Let's see the official times. It's only the heats. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. Malik Mason, Manchester, got out to a good start. Dejan Brown, with 100 meters to go, was in about 4th. But the final 50 meters wasn't good enough. Malik Mason gets it, 25.66. Dejan Brown, second, 25.66. They had to go down to the 1,000th of a second to separate them. Oh my word. Oh my word. 25.66, Malik Mason, Manchester. St. Mary's, Dejan Brown, 25.66. The finals will be exciting. So the winner from Manchester, Malik Mason. So let's go to heat number 4. In lane number 8 from St. Elizabeth, that's Kimani Archer. In lane number 6 from Hanover, DeAndre Walker. In lane number 6 from St. Anne, Sanjay Lembe. In lane number 5 from St. Thomas, that's Renato Eltemeyer. In lane number 4 from Kingston, Roderick Cunningham. In lane number 3 from St. James, that's Jaquan Blair. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from Trelawney, Travere Josephs. Gun sends them off and running. This is the fourth and final heat in the under 15 boys, 200 meters. Only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Look to lane number 6. That's Lemby, also from St. Thomas coming through. Let's see in 3, Jaquan Blair coming through as well. Let's see as they come through the line. It says lane 3, Blair, Jaquan Blair. Not certain if that's the case, but let's see what the official results is. That's actually Josephs who wins it, 26.67. So Josephs should have been in lane number 2. Xavier Josephs of Trelawney wins it, 26.67. And from St. Anne, Sanjay Lembe, 26.95 in second. So next will be the 800 meters. So the 800 meters are next, scheduled to start at 4 p.m. We'll have the girls open 800 meters. And there are 4 heats scheduled for the girls and 4 heats scheduled for the boys in the open 800 meters. Once that is completed, we'll go to the medleys, and the medleys will end day 1 of competition. So I want to say it's been a first opportunity for me to do our chat in the chat, which we normally do whenever I'm on. So let's see if we can get some of the comments as we await the 800, or the start of the 800, scheduled to start at 4 p.m. Spienman says them have to work on them start and form. Unlimited Addiction says congratulations, Josephs. let's see now. Dwight Bonner says them you're pitting a lightning. That's facts. They are indeed lightning. Unlimited Addiction says great race. I think you're talking about the one with Dejan Brown. It was an excellent race. So we'll get back to chat in the chat because I have to get back on commentary and I'll talk to you folks hopefully a lot more tomorrow as we get back on track. So the next event on track is going to be the Girls Open 800 meters. The athletes already out and ready to go. Let's give you the lineup for heat number 1. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8 from St. James, we have Shalise McPherson. In lane number 7 from Manchester, Brianna Carradice. In lane number 6 from Westmoreland, that's Kimberly Baker. In lane number 5 from Clarendon, Titania Bailey. In lane number 4 from St. Andrew, Brittany Daly. In lane number 3 from Hanover, Deranique Kentish. And completing the lineup in lane number 2 from Trelawney, that's Kadeen Watson. So I'm not quite sure what we're waiting on, but I think they're ready to go now. So let's go. So they're off and running. And the first 100 meters out the way. And that looks to be Daly in second. 200 meters gone now. That might just be Baker of Westmoreland who leads. Brittany Daly, St. Andrew in second. So they come through the first 400, 1 minute 15. Baker leading ahead of Daly. .300 meters to go. And Daly takes the front. Is this a decisive move? Don't think it is. Baker trying to hold on here. 200 meters to go as they're winding up for the final kick. Daly of St. Andrew has run a tactical race here, just about 90 meters to go. And she's opening up that gap on Baker. That gap, just about 20 meters now. And I'd suggest that this one is over. 2 minutes 42.07, the flash time. There's a charge on for second here. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the final analysis. So confirmation now, Brittany Daly, St. Andrew, winning the event in 2 minutes 42.25. Watson with a late charge from Trelawney, snatching second with 2 minutes 50.30. Kimberly Baker of Westmoreland faded into third with 2 minutes 51.20. Tanya Bailey Clarendon, 2 minutes 57.95, finishing in fourth. That's just heat one of four, 3 more to come. Let's go to heat number 2 and the lineup. In lane number 8 from St. Andrew, Trevanique Breckinridge. In lane number 7 from St. Thomas, Terrell Duff. In lane number 6 from Manchester, Tamika Bennett. In lane number 5 from Clarendon, Rashima Smith. In lane number 4 from St. Catherine, Sincere Lewis. In lane number 3 from Hanover, Chantelly Gray. In lane number 2 from Kingston, Deasia Luthan. That's the lineup for heat 2. Gun sends them off and running. Heat number 2 gets off and running. Getting a strong start. That looks to be Lewis of St. Catherine. Behind her, that's Smith of Clarendon. But Lewis of St. Catherine leading over the first 200 meters. The rest of the field just behind. As we get past the first 300 meters, it continues to be Lewis who leads ahead of Smith. Coming into the reckoning in third, that looks to be Breckenridge of St. Andrew. They go through the first lap in just about 1 minute 13. Lewis ahead of Smith, Breckenridge in third. That's the top three. Only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Everyone else will have to depend on times. Lewis makes another move. Smith tries to go with her. The gap opens slightly. The top three remains Lewis, Smith, and then Travinica Breckenridge of St. Andrew. 200 meters to go, and Lewis, who has led from the start, continues to lead. The gap might just be opening up now as Lewis makes another move. Smith is unable to answer. Breckenridge comes into second now and takes aim at Lewis in front. Only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. And Lewis of St. Catherine does not want to relinquish that spot. She kicks again. The sincere Lewis of St. Catherine. Look at her come through the line now. The time will be quick. 2 minutes 36.21 for the youngster from St. Catherine. Breckenridge looks to finish second. So let's get the results, official results. World-class athletics ensuring that they are at our fingertips. So Lewis of St. Catherine winning 2 minutes 36.25. Chevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrews second, 2 minutes 40.80. And Duff, Terrell Duff of St. Thomas in third, 2 minutes 47.19. Next will be heat number 3. The athlete's not yet out for that one, so we wait.
Mr. Announcer, please, quiet for the start. Mr. Announcer, please, quiet for the start. Mr. Announcer, please, quiet for the start.
So the gun sends them away and running. This is the second heat of the girls. Open 800 meters run. Beckford, Catalia Beckford of St. Catherine goes to front and leads them. Youngster from St. Thomas is challenging. That's Amelia Anderson. She goes to front and leads them into 200 meters. With 200 meters gone, we have from St. Thomas leading Amelia Anderson. In second, that looks to be Kennedy, Christine Kennedy of Portland. 300 meters gone now. And Kennedy of Portland goes ahead of Anderson of St. Thomas. So it's Kennedy ahead of Anderson, coming into third now from St. Elizabeth. That's Morris. They go through the first 400 in just about 1 minute 16. Portland continues to lead via Kennedy, Chrisanique Kennedy. Anderson of St. Thomas in second. Morris of St. Elizabeth in third. That's where the battle seems to be. 300 meters to go now. And Anderson of St. Thomas goes back to the front. Morris of St. Elizabeth in second. She's tracking Anderson of St. Thomas. St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, 200 meters to run. As they battle it out, it's anybody's race. Morris of St. Elizabeth goes to front. She's leading this one. As they turn for home now, it's going to be a sprint finish. Amari Morris of St. Elizabeth, though, is leading and well ahead. From St. Anne, that's Raquelia Campbell in second, but there'll be no catching Amara Morris of St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth takes this one through Morris. Campbell in second, and I'll tell you what, from Portland coming through for third, that's Christine Kennedy. A spirited run from her. The flash time, 2 minutes 34.56. Let's see the official confirmed time. 2 minutes 36.98 for Maria Morris of St. Elizabeth. Campbell of St. Anne, Raquelia Campbell of St. Anne in second, 2 minutes 41.65. And we await the time now for Kennedy. Christine Kennedy of Portland. So, Christine Kennedy of Portland, 2 minutes 42.80 in third. 2 more heats to come in the girls. Well, 1 more heat to come. That was heat number 3. So heat number 4, just about getting on track now. And we'll give you the lineup. Starting with lane number 8. In lane number 8, from Portland, Shamil Minot. In lane number 7, from Kingston, Kadeen Hunter. In lane number 6, from St. Elizabeth, Tiandra Vassell. In lane number 5, from Westmoreland, Janicia Collins. In lane number 4, from St. Anne, Jessica Wilson. In lane number 3, from St. Mary, Patronia Sewell. And completing the lineup, in lane number 2, from Trelawney, Tiana Marks. So Gunn sends him away at about their business. On the outside, Vassal of St. Elizabeth looks to have gone out to a pretty quick start. St. Elizabeth known for their middle distance running, and already they've gone to front through Vassal. She's leading over this first 200 meters is Vassal. She has thrown down the gauntlet and asked everyone else to come and catch her as Vassal.
We have national drink.
So Vassal leads and still looks strong. So she comes through the line now in a pretty nippy 1 minute 13. She's continuing to pour it on, not letting up any at all, is Vassal. Everyone else left in her wake. 300 meters to go. And Tiandra Vassal of St. Elizabeth continues to lead. Looks like from St. Anne coming into second, Jessica Wilson. But she's well behind Vassal of St. Elizabeth. 200 meters to go for her. And she's already broken this field as Vassal. Wilson is comfortable in second as she turns for home now. Vassal of St. Elizabeth looks comfortable, looks unbothered, looks easy as there is a battle on for second. That looks like Hunter of Kingston trying to get to Wilson. Vassal will win it easily. The flash time 2 minutes 40 dead. Wilson managing to fend off the challenge of Hunter, who came hunting. So Vassal, Tiandre Vassal of St. Elizabeth winning. Jessica Wilson of St. Anne in second. And Kadeen Hunter of Kingston looks to come through for third. Tiandre Vassal, St. Elizabeth, 2 minutes 40.03. The winner of that heat, and automatically into the finals. St. Elizabeth will have 2 representatives in the finals. They look strong. So next on track will be the boys open 800 meters, heat 1. We'll start the lineup from lane number 8. Diana McNeish of Hanover is in lane number 8. Shaquille Wilson of St. Mary is in lane number 7. In lane number 6, we'll have Jaquane Wallace of Clarendon. Lane number 5, Cavani Powell of Portland. Lane number 4, Vanmar Martin of St. James. Lane number 3, O'Neill Walford of St. Thomas. And lane number 2, Jamar Simpson of St. Andrew. So only 5 in this one. Again, the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. And it's Simpson, Jamario Simpson, Jomar Simpson of St. Andrew, who's taken the initiative and gone to the front of the line. Coming through in second, that looks like the man from St. Thomas, O'Neill Walford. St. Mary is third through Shaquille Wilson. And that's the top 3. Just about 250 meters gone. It continues to be Simpson of St. Andrew who leads them. Turns into the straightaway now, does Simpson, looking comfortable, just bouncing along and holding off his field. Walford of St. Thomas continues to hold on to second. Man from St. Mary, Walford, so that's Wilson of St. Mary in third. Less than 400 meters to go. The man from Portland, and Cavani Powell, goes into third and is tracking Walford of St. Thomas for second. But Jamar Simpson of St. Andrew continues to lead. Just about 260 meters to go. Can they catch up to Simpson? Walford is coming. Walford starts to kick now. 200 meters left for Simpson. Can he hold off Walford? O'Neill Walford of St. Thomas has cut the deficit, but Simpson responds now and starts to kick. 110 meters to go. As he turns for home, Simpson might just have enough to hold off Walford. Simpson of St. Andrew, Walford of St. Thomas. Here comes Walford of St. Thomas. He tries to cut that deficit. There's a battle on as well for third. Portland, St. Mary, Portland. Portland hedges ahead in that battle for third. Simpson of St. Andrew wins it. Jamar Simpson, St. Andrew winning it. Walford, Neil Walford, St. Thomas in second. And that battle for third. Interesting. So let's give you the time for Simpson. 2 minutes 38.11 for Jamar Simpson of St. Andrew, the winner. So we'll await the time. O'Neill Walford, St. Thomas in second, 2 minutes 39.72. And third, Cavani Powell of Portland, 2 minutes 40.64. Wilson of St. Mary finishing in fourth. Shaquille Wilson in 2 minutes 40.80 in fourth. We'll move to heat number 2, where we have Tavon Benjamin of Clarendon in lane number 8. Daniel Fritter of Trelawney is in lane number 7. In lane 6, Javory Burton of Manchester. In lane number 5, Favoy Lewis of Westmoreland. In lane number 4 from St. Catherine, Jamario Dawkins. Look out for him. In lane number 3 from St. Elizabeth, Levain Wayne, look out for him as well. And lane number 2, we'll have Liam Watson of St. Anne. They're off and running for the second heat in the boys' open 800 meters. Interestingly, at primary champs, Jamario Dawkins representing Nagohead won in a record time. Levain Wayne finishing second. They're now competitors competing for parishes. Dawkins for St. Catherine, Wayne for St. Elizabeth. And already Wayne goes to the front as he did at primary champs. Looks like the man from Manchester wanting a piece of the pie as well. That's Burton. As we go through the first 250 meters, it is as expected. A pack of 5 has developed, led by the 2 at front. That's Dawkins and Levain Wayne. Dawkins of St. Catherine, Wayne of St. Elizabeth. So, they go through the first 400, 1 minute 14. That might be Fritter of Trelawney ahead. Wayne and Dawkins in third and fourth. They move now into second and third. Tracking Fritter. 220 meters to go. And there is a sprint finish that is building. Fritter having his advantage cut. Dawkins goes to the shoulders of Fritter, 100 meters to go. And it's a sprint finish. Dawkins, Levain Wayne, Jamario Dawkins, the record holder at primary champs. Levain Wayne beaten at primary champs. He comes back for revenge. Wayne over Dawkins this time. 2 minutes 24.45. Well timed race there for the man from St. Elizabeth. We'll get the official time. So Wayne of St. Elizabeth, 2 minutes 25.88. The winner of that race and automatically through to the finals. Just in case you're wondering, the record here, 2 minutes 02.30. We're well away from that record. We'll move to heat number 3, the boys. Open 800 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8 from St. Anne, that's Isaac Donner. In lane number 7 from St. Catherine, Jamar Amos. In lane number 6 from Westmoreland, Tejon Tennant. In lane number 5 from St. Andrew, Nashane Hislop. In lane number 4 from St. Mary, DeJounte Newton. In lane number 3 from Kingston, Prince Rochester. And completing the lineup. In lane number 2 from Portland, DeJohn Lynch. So they're off and running. Well, we're called back. So we're off and running now in heat number 3 of the boys 800 meters open. Subdued start here. No one wants to take the initiative. I'd suggest that the man in lane 3, that's Rochester, Prince Rochester, taken to front, but no, it's a man from St. Anne, Isaac Donor, who has actually taken to the front. So, 100 meters to go in this first 400 meters, and it's Jamar Amos of St. Catherine who leads Donor. Just about 350 meters gone, and Donor is ahead of Amos. They come to the bell lap now, 1 minute 09 on the clock. Donor ahead of Amos. Donor from St. Anne, Amos from St. Catherine. .500 meters gone, 300 meters to come. Donor, Isaac Donor, St. Anne, ahead of Jamar Amos of St. Catherine. Amos looks strong, but Donor is leading. 200 meters to go, and they're well away from the rest of the field. Only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. Here comes Amos. Donor responds. Can Amos go again? Donor ahead of Amos. 100 meters to go. Amos tries again. Donor kicks again. Donor, Isaac Donor of St. Anne, moves away from Jamar Amos of St. Catherine. There's a battle on for third. Might just be won by the man from St. Mary, that's Newton. But up front, it's a man from St. Anne, Donor, who wins it. Amos in second. And Newton, DeJounte Newton of St. Mary, looks to finish third. So that concludes the third heat of 4. The flash time on the clock, 2 minutes 24.56. Let's see if we can get the confirmed times. Yes, here we go. So Isaac Donor confirmed the winner, 2 minutes 26.34. Again, he's from St. Anne. So St. Anne will have representation in the finals. The final heat now on track. This is heat number 4 of 4. We'll go through the lineup. Starting in lane number 8 from St. Elizabeth, Ronaldo Smalling. In lane number 7 from Manchester, Jordan Newman. In lane number 6 from Trelawney, Creston Gentles. In lane number 5 from Kingston, Kevano Erskines. In lane number 4, from St. Thomas, that's Kavir Miller. In lane number 3 from Hanover, Javane Allen. And completing the lineup from St. James, in lane number 2, Wyatt Holmes. So we're off and running in the fourth and final heat of the boys open 800 meters. Man from Manchester goes out strong. Gentles of Trelawney tries to track. But it's the gold shorts of Manchester who leads over the first 400 meters. Preston Gentles of Trelawney trying to track as best as possible. 250 meters done and dusted. And they turn into the straightaway now. Gentles has caught up to Newman of Manchester. So Gentles leads. He's from Trelawney. Newman of Manchester now in second. Erskines of Kingston comes into third. Smalling of St. Elizabeth in fourth. As we go through the first lap in just about 1 minute 13, the man from Kingston has kicked and gone away from them. Man from Kingston, Cavani Erskines, has opened up a gap of just about 10 meters. As we go into the final 250, Newman goes into second and takes aim at Erskines. Smalling in third. 200 meters to go now. Can there be a shake-up in the lead? Erskines ahead of Newman. Kingston ahead of Manchester. St. Elizabeth Smalling in there as well. 100 meters to go, and they start to kick for home. Erskines ahead of Newman. Does he have enough, Newman, to get back to Erskines? I don't think so. And Kingston will take this one. 2 minutes 27.40. Manchester in second and St. Elizabeth in third. Just a reminder to the coaches and the managers of the teams, please hydrate the athletes before they come on track. We're having a little bit of difficulty in terms of the hydration for the athletes. So we're reminding the coaches, the management team, the persons responsible, the chaperones, please ensure the athletes are hydrated before they take to the track. Please, I'm begging you. Next on track will be the medley. So next on track is the medley. The sprint medley for girls, under 15 girls. And occupying lane number 2, St. Catherine. That's the lineup. We're not quite ready. And athletes are coming out. So we may have to give that lineup a second time. So again, the order of competition, 100 meters, followed by a second 100 meters, a 200 meters leg, and we close out with a 400 meters.
St. Mary anchor leg, we don't have St. Mary anchor leg. St. Mary 400. You want us to make the call, Mr. Robinson? St. Mary 400. St. Mary anchor leg, we don't have St. Mary anchor leg.
So St. Mary, I think you're missing an anchor leg. So St. Mary have sent a team out. The 400 leg is missing.
Please do your box check and we should be good to go after that.
Box 1, are you ready? Box 1 is ready. Box 2, are you ready? So let's do the lane assignments again. In lane number 8, Westmoreland. In lane number 7, St. Mary. In lane number 6, that's St. Anne. Lane number 5, St. Andrew. In lane number 4, St. Thomas. We're going to hold. We're going to hold the race just for a second. Walk on now. Announcer here, let me know when we're ready again. So we're off and running now in the under 15 girls sprint medley. On the outside, Westmoreland gets up to a good start. St. Mary trying to go as well. St. Anne is the mix-up as well. The first change is clear. Hanover on the inside coming through strongly on the second leg. The second exchange is made now. Westmoreland remains in the mix-up. St. Mary as well. St. Anne on this third leg is left behind. But on their inside, that's St. Andrew in black, who may have stolen a march on everyone else. St. Andrew in black coming through strongly from lane number 5. Lane 2 coming through as well. That is St. Catherine. She's passed by the athlete from St. Mary. St. Andrew continues to lead. St. Mary goes tracking St. Catherine in third. The battle not yet decided, but St. Andrew looks strong with 200 meters to go. That gap is ever opening. St. Mary in second, now being pressured by St. Catherine, but there's no pressuring St. Andrew. St. Catherine comes into second. She turns for home. Does the athlete from St. Andrew. 90 meters to go, and she looks secure. St. Catherine trying to cut that gap, but St. Andrew looks as if she will have enough. The lactic starting to toll on everyone as St. Andrew comes through for the win. St. Catherine will be second, and a storming run from St. Anne ensures that they finish third. St. Mary in fourth. The flash time, 2 minutes 05.74. 3 more races to come today before we come to the end of day number 1 at the JTA Sagicor National Championships. 1 more race on the female side, according to my lineup. And then 2 on the male side of things. So we're ready for heat number 2. Let's give you the lineup. Lane number 8, that's Kingston. Lane number 7 should be Trelawney. Lane number 6, Portland. Lane number 5, St. Elizabeth. Manchester should operate from lane number 4. Lane number 3 should see Clarendon. Lane number 2, St. James in all white. Box 1. Are you ready? Box 1 is ready. Box 2, are you ready? Box 2, are we ready? So they're off and running. Heat 2 of the sprint medley. The winner through to the finals. And then 6 will be decided by times. Lane number 7, Trelawney gets out to a good start. The button passed no. As the first 150 is away and done. St. Elizabeth trying to make a run of it. Trelawney ahead. St. Elizabeth in 5 though is making a stirring run here from lane number 5. In purple and white, it's St. Elizabeth. They've had a good first day and they continue to do so. Trelawney in second from lane number 7 as the final exchange about to be made now. It's made. Trelawney versus St. Elizabeth as the baton is in the hands of the anchor leg runners. Trelawney goes back to front ahead of St. Elizabeth, who goes chasing. The winner automatically into the finals, and then the next 6 by times. Trelawney wants to ensure that they get a place in the finals. 200 meters to run. Can St. Elizabeth respond? That gap is not closing. It's actually beginning to open with 150 meters to go. Can St. Elizabeth respond? Portland has come into 3rd. Manchester in 4th. Is this the way it's going to end? Trelawney, St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth is coming. Trelawney is fading. St. Elizabeth goes by Trelawney now on the inside and goes to front. Manchester comes into 3rd. It's going to be St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, Manchester in 3rd. Looks like Portland comes through for 4th. So a good first day for St. Elizabeth. Ended on the girls' side. They've won the second heat. Time 2 minutes 06.05 for St. Elizabeth. The winners, Trelawney in second, 2 minutes 07.17. So the time for Manchester in third, 2 minutes 09.62. The boys are up next. We have 2 heats to go before we end today's final day. It's a penultimate race of day number 1. The Sagicor JTA, that's the JTA Sagicor National Championships. We'll have the lineup in just a second as the athletes continue to make their way out. A reminder for this sprint medley, it's 400, 200, 200, and we close out with an 800 run. So it's a 1600 meters medley, 400, 200, 200, 800. We'll start the lineup with lane number 8. That's St. James in lane number 8. In lane number 7, we have Westmoreland. Lane number 6, that's St. Mary. Portland will be in lane number 5. Kingston should occupy lane 4. St. Thomas in lane 3. And lane 2 should be Manchester. So let's go to the lane draw again. St. James in 8, Westmoreland in 7, St. Mary in 6, Portland in 5, Kingston in 4, St. Thomas in 3, and Manchester in lane number 2. So let's give you the lineup again. We'll start with lane number 8. That's St. James. In lane number 7, Westmoreland. Lane 6, we have St. Mary. Lane 5, Portland. Kingston is going to be in lane number 4. In lane 3, we'll have St. Thomas. And Manchester should be in lane number 2. Are the boxes ready?
They are in place. They are ready.
Boxes are ready. Gun sends them off and running. This is the first of 2 heats for the boys. Sprint medley open. Lane number 8 getting out to a good start. That looks to be St. James. On their inside, St. Mary also going well. Manchester in the mix-up as well with 150 meters gone. St. Mary on this opening 400 meters leg is doing well. .250 meters gone. And St. Mary continues to lead based on the stagger. It might just be Manchester in second. So St. Mary from lane number 6 is leading. They come now to the first exchange. And it's lane 6 who's ahead. Comfortably so. The exchange made now. Lane 5, that's Portland, comes into second. On the outside in 7, Westmoreland also in there. Manchester in there as well. But up front, continuing to lead, it's St. Mary. St. Mary ahead of everyone else. Manchester making a spirited run. But the second exchange made now for St. Mary, and they're off to the races. In second, that might just be Portland. Manchester in third. Everyone is steaming, but St. Mary is ahead. Portland in second. Westmoreland comes into third now. The final exchange made now for St. Mary. Safe and they're away. Portland in second. Westmoreland in third. Manchester fourth. 5. Make that 700 meters to go. 800 meters like this. And St. Mary leads ahead of Portland, Westmoreland, Manchester in fourth. Still lots of running to come. This is an 800 meters leg. There's an athlete on the track as we see St. Mary come into the straightaway. Portland behind them, just about 10 meters. And behind them is a bunch led now by Manchester, Westmoreland. And it looks as if St. Thomas is there as well. But St. Mary, with 1 lap to go, is ahead of Portland. St. Thomas moves into third. Westmoreland in fourth. Manchester in fifth. But St. Mary, after a good opening leg, continues to lead. Westmoreland has gone back into third position now. St. Mary ahead of Portland. That gap has remained consistent at just about 10 meters. Can the man from Portland make a run at it? Just about 250 meters to go on this final leg. St. Mary ahead of Portland. Manchester has moved back into third. Westmoreland trying to challenge for third. No. But Manchester responds up front. St. Mary has kicked into another gear and starts to open that gap on Portland. St. Mary ahead of Portland. Less than 100 meters to go. And I think this one is over. Bar the shouting. A procession. A St. Mary procession. Easily does it by 20 meters or so. 4 minutes 34:89 on the clock. And he collapses to the track. The man from St. Mary. Portland in second. Manchester comes through for third. And it looks like Westmoreland will take fourth. That was only heat one. We have one more to come. So St. Mary, 4 minutes 34.89, the winners.
Doing a medal presentation.
And they will make it through to the finals as they've won it. And the winners automatically through to the finals. Through to the final. So we're ready for heat 2 of 2, the final event on today's opening day of the JTA Sagicor National Championships. We have a lineup. So let's go to the lineup for the final event on first day of the championships, heat number 2. And we start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, that's St. Andrew. In lane number 7, we have Hanover. Lane number 6 will be occupied by St. Elizabeth. Lane number 5, we have St. Anne. In lane number 4, we have Trelawney. St. Catherine will be in lane number 3, and Clarendon in lane number 2. It's been a long day, but we've come to the end of today's opening day, the final event on the day. St. Andrew in 8, getting out to a good start. Also going well from lane number 6, that's St. Elizabeth. On their inside, coming through in lane 4, looks to be Trelawney. The first 200 meters of the 1600 meters medley done and dusted. And already, St. Elizabeth, who's had a fantastic opening day, looks to be leading based on the stagger. They're operating from lane number 6. Coming through as well from lane number 2, that looks to be Clarendon. But on the outside, St. Elizabeth is going well. St. Andrew in lane 8, trying to come back into the mix-up as they come to the first exchange. It's close between St. Elizabeth and St. Andrew. That's lane 3, St. Catherine in 3rd. 500 meters gone as we're into the first 200 meters leg. St. Elizabeth continues to lead. Trelawney in 2nd, St. Catherine in 3rd. 600 meters gone now, and St. Elizabeth continues to lead, ahead of Trelawney, ahead of St. Catherine in 3rd. Here comes Trelawney. The sprint icon comes from Trelawney, and Trelawney is making a good run of it. They blow past St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth responds. It's 3 the hard way as we come into the 800 meters leg. Trelawney goes ahead of St. Elizabeth. St. Catherine in 3rd. The 800 meters leg is critical. 1600 meters relay. The 800 meters leg makes up half of that. Trelawney ahead of St. Elizabeth. Scratch that. St. Elizabeth goes to front now. Just about 200 meters gone in this 800 meters leg. 600 meters to come. St. Elizabeth ahead of Trelawney. St. Catherine in 3rd. This is the final event on day number 1. You want to win this one, particularly because it guarantees you a place in tomorrow's final. St. Elizabeth continues to lead Trelawney, who makes another go at it. St. Catherine remains in 3rd. St. Elizabeth, 1 lap to go. They are ahead of Trelawney. St. Catherine in 3rd. Can they make another move? Let's see. Trelawney now, with 300 meters to go, moves by St. Elizabeth. Is there another change in the fortunes for these parishes? A battle is brewing. A battle royal. St. Elizabeth goes back to front. 200 meters to go. What a race. 1600 meters medley. And yet, with 150 to go, we have no clear winner. St. Elizabeth wants to make me into a mockery as they start to open up that gap. They turn for home now. Does St. Elizabeth and move away from Trelawney. I think it's all done and dusted. St. Elizabeth opening up the gap, sprinting for the finish line. St. Elizabeth comfortably in the end will win it. 4 minutes 32:28 on the clock. And Trelawney, after a spirited run, finishes in second. What a wonderful, wonderful day of track and field inside the Mecca, the Medina of Jamaica's track and field, the National Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do have a treat for you as we end today's first day. I can provide you with the updated point standings. And we'll start with a team in 13th position. In 13th, on 1 point, Hanover. In 12th position, two teams. Actually, in 12th position is St. Mary on 3 points. In 11th position is St. Thomas, also on 3 points. We start the top 10. In 10th position, on 4 points, we have Clarendon. In 9th position, on 6 points, that's St. James. In 8th position, on 11.33 points, that's Manchester. In 7th position, on 12 points, we have St. Anne. In 6th position, on 13 points, Trelawney. Let's start the top 5. The top 5. Top 5. In 5th position, on 19.5 points, Westmoreland. Westmoreland is here. All right, Westmoreland, all right. In 4th position, on 21 points, St. Andrew. We'll start the top 3. Top 3. In 3rd position, on 30.83 points, St. Catherine. Testing. Everybody hearing me now? Let's go. Top 3. In 3rd position. Are you ready? In 3rd position, on 30.83 points, St. Catherine. Hold on. Stop. I didn't hear any applause. In 3rd position, on 30.83 points, St. Catherine. Can I hear you, St. Catherine? Wonderful. St. Catherine, come on, man, you're in top 3. In 2nd position, on 44.5 points, Portland. I'm advocating for Portland to get a couple of extra points for parish spirit. Portland, thank you so much for letting everyone know how you should do it. So, leading after the first day of competition at the JTA Sagicor National Championships on 52.83 points. St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth, the breadbasket parish, have not come here to play. They've come here to run, jump, and throw. So, Track Alerts family, it's been a long day. It's been a very, very long day. We've been here since before 8 a.m. The meet started just at about 11:30, an hour and a half behind time, but through the dedication of the volunteers and the team from World Class Athletics, and of course your announcer, managed to catch up. And we didn't finish too late. I don't think it's 5:30 yet. So we finished in reasonable time. But it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. Bringing you coverage from today's first day. Tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day as well. I think it's all finals tomorrow. So come prepared to support your parish. I'll be in the chat a little bit more and asking the folks in the chat just to support their parish, whether you're from St. Elizabeth, Portland, Westmoreland, St. Catherine, St. Andrew, St. Anne, Kingston, wherever you're from. Want to see you in the chat tomorrow, supporting your parish, cheering for your parish, because we will be here at Track Alerts TV. So from the crew, the cameraman, the technical operator, everyone, I want to say a good day to you. God bless you, and God bless Jamaica.
Champion, 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 champion.
The Jamaica Teachers Association, in collaboration with the Sagicor Foundation, invites you to its 40th staging of the National Athletic Championships at the
National Stadium, Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, 2025. Start time 9:30 a.m. each day. Come support the athletes as they prepare to launch their career as future Olympians.
Will it be Kingston or St. Andrew?
St. Catherine or Clarendon?
Manchester or St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland or Hanover,
St. James or Trelawney?
St. Anne or St. Mary?
Portland, or will it be St. Thomas?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Entry fee $300 on day 1 and $500 on day 2.
Come meet and interact with patron Veronica Campbell Brown and sign your autographs.
It all starts here.
So come out and support. Support. Support.
Champion, 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 champion. Champion, 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 champion.
The Jamaica Teachers Association, in collaboration with the Sagicor Foundation, invites you to its 40th staging of the National Athletic Championships at the
National Stadium, Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, 2025. Start time 9:30 a.m. each day. Come support the athletes as they prepare to launch their career as future Olympians.
Will it be Kingston or St. Andrew?
St. Catherine or Clarendon?
Manchester or St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland or Hanover,
St. James or Trelawney?
St. Anne or St. Mary?
Portland, or will it be St. Thomas?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Entry fee $300 on day 1 and $500 on day 2.
Come meet and interact with patron Veronica Campbell Brown and sign your autographs.
It all starts here.
So come out and support. Support. Support.
Champion,